Oh, I love the Halloween season. Halloween season makes me happy. Sorry I didn't squeeze in that Tuesday show. By the time I got home on Tuesday and I did all the running around I needed to do post vacation, it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I just realized that wasn't going to get done what I wanted to get done. And then I had to have my back worked on. I have a spinal issue. An old spinal injury has decided to rear its ugly head, so I'm in good shape though. Feeling really good. Had a ton of fun at Halloween Horror Nights. Halloween Horror Nights was amazing. Have my collection of VIP badges. I would recommend anybody that likes horror to go to Universal Studios Orlando or Hollywood at least once in their life and do their Halloween Horror Nights event. It's really, really good. I took my 12-year-old for the first time and she loved it. And now my 20-year-old is all motivated to like, so Dad, what do I gotta do to be able to come on the next family vacation? And I'm like, well, you gotta do everything that a 20-year-old needs to get done. And so she's like knocking it out. Like my kid, she's like, she came to dinner with us Wednesday because I needed to put her car registration on her plates. And she's like, I'm like, normally trying to get information out of my kid is like pulling teeth, right? You're like the older ones, once they turn about 22 or 23, they yap your fucking head off. But when they're still in that 18 to 21 phase, you need to pull teeth to get an answer. Wednesday when we went to dinner, she wouldn't shut up about how good school is going because she wants to go next year. She's like, school is great. I have all A's. I've got this scheduled for this. I haven't done this because I want to do it here. And I'm like, no problem, man. It's October. You have to get to the art museum twice in 6 weeks. You need to do one project, turn it in, get it returned, and then do the other one. I said, I suggest you get on that. She's like, but that's in St. Louis. I said, yeah, it is. But they've got to leave. The person that they're renting from is not going to have the lease on the house anymore. So finally got her an apartment. Holy fuck, was that a nightmare? Guys, I have to say, the last 2 weeks of trying to help my kid has radically changed my perspective about how shitty it is right now out there in society. And that's no joke. It right now, it seems like nobody wants to help anybody. Luckily, we got in touch with the leasing agent that we know and we have a real good relationship with. And I'm like, hey, I'm ready to go right now. And she's like, Jay, I'd love to help you, but I've got a waiting list of 15 people for 2 bedrooms. And I said, yeah, but I'm ready to go right now. She said, they're all vetted and ready to go. Holy shit. How bad is it for people out there right now to try to find an apartment? So I said, well, we need at least a 2-bedroom. She's like, we have 3 bedrooms. And I was like, how far down the list are we? She'd be like, you'd be number 2. So I said, all right. They had one available. Went and looked at it. There was another couple looking at it later that evening. The leasing agent was able to lease that one out because she literally said to them, look, I'm not trying to artificially pressure you. You either take this one today or you'll have to wait till the next one is finished. She's like, because I have a couple that's waiting to move in here. She's like, I have an approved couple. So if you don't want it, tell me you don't want it. I'll put the other. And they're like, well, we need some time to think about it. And she's like, you can have all the time you want to think about it. You just won't get this one. You'll get the one in the other building when it's finished being flipped. They took it. I was hoping they would balk on it. But they signed their lease. So we're in the situation where we can put her in there. Interestingly enough, the time I was gone, man, what is going on in the world? Donald Trump being all surprised and shit. No, today I'm here. Next Friday, my wife has surgery on her hand. I won't be able to do a show next Friday. She's got it, man. I thought 20 years ago when I first joined the military and I got into biomedical technology, I thought by now we wouldn't have to put people under general anesthesia to do like a carpal tunnel surgery. But yeah, it's a 7-minute surgery that takes 6 hours from all the arrival time, preset time, sedatum time, 7 minutes fixing the wrist, and then another whatever have you, 2 hours recovery time. It's like 5 hours and 45 minutes in the hospital for the surgeon to see you for 7 minutes. 58 months, that's almost a whole fucking year. That's right, that's almost a whole year. So, Donald Trump was all surprised he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responded that the Nobel Committee chose politics over peace. Now, can I just say that if you've just recently renamed, well, let me cook a second. I'll get there. I think number one, if you're going to accuse the committee of choosing politics over peace, when number one, let's not even go with the big ones. What peace has Donald Trump actually accomplished? What nation isn't at war today He ended wars with countries that weren't even at war. But you renamed your Department of Defense the Department of War. You bombed 3 Venezuelan naval vessels in violation of international law. And you wonder why you didn't get the Peace Prize? Like, where was the surprise part? Where was the you thought this was going to go a different way part? And he bombed Iran. Yeah, so he bombed Iran. He bombed Yemen. He blew up 3 Venezuelan boats, and he deployed his National Guard to cities in his own country. And they were naval vessels. I don't know. I'm just gonna call them naval vessels because it's not my job. It's not my right to determine if a vessel is flagged from another country. It's not my job to make a determination until I know it's not something. As far as I know, if it flies the flag of your nation, you have maritime law requires, if you want to board that ship in international waters, right? You have to contact the flagging nation and say, "Hey, this is the United States Navy. We're in pursuit of a boat and left your waters, flagged by your nation. We'd like permission aboard it." If they say no, you say, okay, then in accordance with maritime law and UN resolution, blah, 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 we're boarding it anyway. We wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us we could. We're going to do it anyway. Nowhere in any of that maritime law does it say you can just blow the shit out of boats because you think they're trafficking drugs. And people are saying, yeah, they're vessels of a naval capability, just not sure if they're uniformed. Right, and I don't know, because they blew the shit out of the boat. We can't get any more information. Like, Donald Trump is like, or JD Vance is like, well, it's the global war on terrorism gives us the authority to... No, the global war on terrorism doesn't give you the authority to execute anyone. If the global war on terror doctrine that was signed in 2001 allowed you to unilaterally just kill people, things like Iraq and Afghanistan would have been a whole lot fucking easier. Trust me, numerous Marines, Army, and Air Force security forces would have been way fucking happier if you could have just wasted the motherfuckers and not had to detain them, arrested them, give them due process. Yeah, but those were terrorists. But I don't know if they were terrorists. I think they were just drug dealers. Yeah, global war on terrorists gives us the authority to engage in combat against aggressors. Those vessels weren't shooting at us. Like, JD Vance is like, I don't give a shit. You can't say I don't give a shit that we blew stuff up. Yeah, tactical authority level is the people that need to know that. I want to know, like, how exactly anybody approved that strike. I saw the frogs, guys. Can I just say the protesting frogs is the funniest shit to me on so many levels. On so many levels, these protesting frogs are are the best thing. Fuck it. You don't oh, you guys haven't seen the protesting frogs? Oh, this is fucking awesome. This is fucking amazing.
Hi, we're outside the ice facility in the evening on whatever the day is, October. Can you guys let me know what you're here, why you're dressed as frogs?
Well, you know, the frog has become a symbol of what's going on down here. And so we decided to come support our friend Toad, who's been out here. You probably saw him on the news. And, you know, he's a friend from another pond. And so we decided to come down here and show our support, for the insane government overreach that's going on in this place, and the fact that they're calling Portland an explosive, fire-ridden sort of, you know, warland, which is not, because we're here.
Okay. And what's specific about the frog? Is it because of the one guy who'd been in that costume before? Was there any other symbolism to it?
That's the reason, you know. He's an iconic symbol. You see he's all over the internet now, so it only made sense that more frogs join in this fight.
Okay.
A unicorn, polar bear, axolotl, raccoon, and several more characters. Now, all these people should have been frogs. It would just be better if there was like 75 frogs. I mean, at the end of the day, how are you going to say people in inflatable frog costumes are any sort of threat? It's a goddamn furry convention. Nah, furry suits are different. Those are just inflatable. I thought that shit was hilarious though. Like, I did see the guy in the frog suit. An ICE agent sprayed tear gas into the guy's air intake, but the guy had it closed because that was the inflate take. That would kill somebody. I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a shit if it makes me unpopular. For the last 20, probably 8 years, I've been adamantly against illegal immigration. Illegal crossing the border illegally, or illegal staying here past your visa. But I've always said I want all the illegal immigrants taken out of the country, because as I've said, it's not like I don't have a plan. I have a plan. I have a follow-up plan. I want to remove everyone who shouldn't be here. I want to fix all the systems. Then I want to become a nation of legal immigrants. It's not like I'm one of these people that is just like, I want strict immigration control, and I only have 3 words. I don't even have 10, let alone the next 10 and the 10 after. Yes, we have a problem with, we have people in our country that we don't know that they're in our country. And to me, that's a problem. Donald Trump, he wasn't wrong when he said some of the people coming over into this country are bad. They're bad men. They're murderers, they're rapists, they're drug dealers, they're human traffickers. I want to get those people all out of the country. I want to get rid of all of them. But I don't want to do it in such a way that there's no intelligence behind it. Guy that owns the Chinese place 5 miles from here, he's been a lawful resident here for 26, 27, 20, 29 years. He opened a Chinese buffet outside of a military base. He has probably served 20 million people over the years. He's got a very nice buffet. And you know me, I'm a fatty. If I say a Chinese buffet is a very nice place, they've got a sushi bar, they've got crab legs, they've got a hibachi grill. It's not the greatest hibachi, but you know, for included with your buffet price, it's damn good. They've got a nice dessert bar. It's the buffet I go to. When I was younger and I ate a lot after a workout, it was great. They never hassle you. Go in, huge plate of meat. They don't give a shit. The guy can't get back into the country. Not that he had ever done anything wrong. He just went home a couple of months ago to visit family. he can't come back. And there's no reason why. They're like, no. He's like, I have a valid visa. They just won't let him in. My sister-in-law couldn't get back in the country. It took a lot. Now, she was kind of dumb, but it's not like it's not like she broke the law. She bent it a little. She couldn't get back in. We need to recognize, we need to decide. Donald Trump and his administration needs to decide what are their big issues. What do they want to tackle? There is bending law. Okay, so when you're a dual citizen, there's bending the law a little bit. And what that is as an American, you are always supposed to leave America as an American. Go to a destination. And then from that destination, you can leave. Like, I would fly from America to Ireland. I would leave America as an American. I would enter Ireland as an American. And then from Ireland, I would just leave my Irish passport, I would just leave my American passport and my American driver's license in Ireland. And then I would travel through Europe on my Irish documentation, so I don't have to fuck about. I would fly home out of Ireland and I would return to America as an American. Perfectly legal to do. It's kind of bending it when you leave America as a non-American, when you are one, and then try to come back. My sister-in-law wasn't trying to bypass customs. What she was trying to do is go home as a British citizen with every intention of re-entering America as a British citizen, going through customs appropriately. And she got stopped and they said, no. And then my brother-in-law had to go get his kids. And then it took forever for her to be able to come back in. What I don't get is Donald Trump is working very hard, but then H-1B visa holders and their spouses, H-4 visa holders, why does anybody think H-4 visa holders shouldn't be able to work? Now, we have to go back to what is the entire purpose of these people. Where's my red pen? What is the entire purpose of getting an H-1B visa holder? It's because you've tried in earnest to fill a capability with Americans. You can't find a qualified American, and so you apply to the government to be granted an H-1B visa to fill a shortfall in the American workforce. Now, number one, I want to fix schools because I want the number of H-1B visas to go down every year until we don't need them very often. But you're going to say you're mad that their spouses on H-4 visas, right? You want to say the H-1B visa holder can come here and work, but the spouse can't. I agree that is the intent. Do you think it is reality on why employers hire H-1B visa holders? Well, remember, when you apply for your company, because remember, I, as the owner of PGN, apply to the government for the H-1B visa. And then when I have a name, I give the name to the visa. I pair the name and the visa together, and then that person can enter the country. There are other visa programs that don't require that. There are other visa programs that are literally, you go to the American embassy, the American consulate in your country, and you ask for a visa, and you go to America, you have X number of days to find a job, and you can be there X amount of time. I think most people in America have unrealistic expectations of the amount of compensation they're entitled to. I like my vacations because I talk to people, because I like to get a lot of different views. There are an awful lot of people that don't quite get it. People complaining about how much they make. Now, I am going to say this. Yesterday, I ran to the butcher shop to pick up steaks. And for about 3 pounds of ribeye, no. For about 2 pounds of ribeye, it was over $30. I don't know what the fuck is going on with consumerism right now. But ground beef at $9 a pound? Ground beef is $9 a pound. We've got chili in the pot. Normally, I tell my family, as long as you have a bowl of chili the night we make the chili, and you have a bowl of chili the next night, that's fine. Yeah, there's a severe shortage of cattle right now. Because what the fuck did Donald Trump do? He threw a fucking tariff on Australian beef, thinking that protects America. A cow isn't a cow isn't a cow isn't a cow. America exports beef, but we don't export low quality beef. We export prime cut beef. We export beef that's going to get turned into steaks. We import beef that's going to get turned into ground round. And then he puts this stupid fucking tariff on it. Australia, if I remember correctly, Australia was exporting 1 million tons of beef. Yeah, more American cows would instantly materialize out of thin air, you see. It was like when everybody was blaming Trump for the price of eggs. Look, man, there was avian flu. 100 million laying hens had to be killed. It takes 7 or 8 months to get your chicks up to the level where they're laying consistently. My daughter is finding this out, and I laugh. My daughter has got homestead. I don't want to call it a ranch because it's not. She's got an agricultural homestead. She's got chickens and ducks and fucking something else. And she's like, but the chickens aren't laying consistently. I was like, yeah, your laying hens are only 4 months old. Give them 2 more months. Look at how low your gas prices are. Right, exactly. Exactly. This is the fucking problem. Don't worry about your beef prices. Look at how low I've made your gas prices. Your gas prices are fucking low because nobody can afford to go anywhere. I'll tell you. When I'm on vacation in October, I in order to keep myself calm in public, I do a lot of logistics work in my head. I like to time how long it takes to walk from one part of the park to another. I like to count people, like in a section. I like to count the number of people in lines. I like to count how many empty tables there are. There's a place called Mythos at Universal, and we usually eat there at 11 in order to make sure we get a table on time. They normally don't have a single fucking open table from when they flip at noon till usually 4 or 5. Every table is filled. Not this year. There were empty tables all around. And nobody can afford to go on vacation. Walking around the park, there weren't people in line for drinks. People can't afford shit. Looks like there's a large tariff on Brazilian beef. You sure it isn't a vegetarian conspiracy against the meat market? Look, man, cows eat grass, vegans eat grass. I'm just eating your competition, vegans. Part of the reason there's a shortage of cattle is because we told that they weren't going to buy their shit, and Australia said, okay, we'll sell to Europe instead. And now we want to buy from them again, and they're saying, sorry, we sold all our shit. Fuck off, cunt. Yeah. You managed to knock off 15 cents from the cost of gas, a price of gas. Congratulations, asshole. It's still $3.20, and I remember when I was shocked that it was over $90. Yeah, I remember when I was driving my first year, I ran out of money. And a buddy of mine was pulled into the gas station. I said, hey man, can you spare me $1? And he's like, what's $1 gonna do for you? I said, buy me a gallon of gas, which gets me home. And because I can go 20 miles, and this is older car. I can go 20 miles on a gallon of gas. And then I can get home. I have money at home. I can run right around the corner. My buddy was like, he's like, let me fill up my tank. So he filled up his tank. He came back. I remember he gave me like $3 in change. And I was like, thanks, man. I'll get you back on Monday at school. $3 in change. Fuck, man. Got me a quarter of a tank. Now $3 in change doesn't even get you a fucking gallon. Yeah, these days those giant ass Ram 350s can go almost 20 miles on a gallon. Yeah, absolutely. We're just living in a time where people don't understand their priorities. Donald Trump is a terrible fucking president, and the son of a bitch should be impeached. Here's why. Who the fuck approved a foreign military to build an Air Force base in the middle of our fucking country? What the fuck is did IQs drop off sharply after I left the Air Force? Yeah, Qatar is building an Air Force facility in America. Pete Hegseth announces Qatar will build an Air Force facility at a U.S. base in Idaho. Defense Secretary, I don't know why it's Defense Secretary. Shouldn't he be War Secretary? No, that they are going to have a facility. There is going to be a foreign military The location will host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. What fucking partnership? What fucking partnership? This isn't how we partner. This isn't how the fuck the Air Force conducts war. It's not how the Navy conducts war. Let me give you a really quick example of how we do things. If the military has a list of objectives, right? The military will do this. Like the Air Force will say, this requires strategic bombing, so we'll take this one and we'll take this one. The Navy will take these three and the Air Force will take this one. We don't even fucking, we have the ability to, we train to, but for operationally, very rarely does the Air Force and the Navy go to the same strategic target. Right? We support each other in the air. We defend each other in the air. Like the Navy takes care of wonderfully. The Navy takes care of all the EM, all the electronic countermeasures, ECM, and the Air Force handles all of the aerial refueling. But for the most part, we don't integrate like this. Shit, when we're with our allies, we say to our allies, we're gonna handle this strike package. You guys handle this one. Yeah, it has been in the works at Mountain Home. An environmental assessment looking at the potential impacts associated with the bed down of US-led Qatari Emiri Air Force F-15 QA squadron. But we already have a base in America that our allies come to and train with us. It's in Nevada. I'm going to dig more into what exactly is going to be going on at Mountain Home, because for people that don't understand why this is a big deal, here's the US, and we have bases in Germany, we have bases in Italy, South Korea, Japan, although they don't really want us there anymore. Germany, we're there originally as a police action. I don't know if there is one at Pax River, because Pax River is Navy run, and again, I don't understand the Navy side of it because not ex-Navy. But why does Italy like having us there? Why does England like having us there? We have no permanent US bases in Ireland. We don't have any bases in Ireland. Ireland allows us to use the ass end of Shannon Airport if we need to land there. So all these countries except for Japan are happy to have us there, because if you attack that country, you have the inadvertent possibility to yeah, we now have 12. You don't want to strike countries that the US is in, because you might accidentally hit the US, and we take that shit personally. We also put bases in Italy because Italy doesn't have large enough air force to defend itself if it's attacked aerially. Now, who the fuck's going to attack Italy? Probably nobody, right? Why did Poland want a US Air Force base there? Because then Poland knows, shit, the Americans have, any place we have fighters, any place we have hardware, we have pilots on alert status. Then Poland knows, holy shit, these guys are here. They're gonna get at least 2 aircraft up in less than 5 minutes. right? From the time the get in the air siren goes off to the time they're in the air is less than 5 minutes. Yeah, it's not that they're going to control the base, but there's absolutely no reason for Qatar to have a training facility at Mountain Home, any buildings on Mountain Home. We have forever, right, offered extended training to our allies. Shit. Let me fact check something. There are lots of people that have trained. We've trained, right? Yeah, train their tanker pilots at Altus, but correct me if I'm wrong, Jace, we train their pilots on our equipment. Yeah, we have training facilities at Lackland, but we train their pilots on our equipment, because then they've bought that equipment, but we train them in our simulators. We train them on our hardware. Yeah, they get a modified list of tactics and whatnot. We train them. We teach them everything they know. We don't teach them everything we know. Yeah. Unless we're to stand down, we have Ready 5 100% of the time. The jets are fueled and armed, but parked, and the pilots are in the alert. We have alert facilities. A pair of them are in their flight suits at all time. The alarm goes off. The gator is right outside the door. They gator him to the plane, get him in the air within 5 minutes. I don't know why we need Qatar to have anything. Now let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this announcement in a little bit more detail. Let's see. Let me switch over to here. Yeah, you guys have alert status where they're sitting. You're sitting you're sitting in your jet ready to be catapulted. Yeah, which makes sense. Aircraft carrier comes under attack, it doesn't have 5 minutes. Let's see. Secretary of Defense said will allow Qatar to build an Air Force facility at Mountain Home, which will host Qatari F-15 jets and pilots who will train along U.S. troops. So, what confuses me about this is that I could understand if they wanted to build their own facility at, yeah, we sell them the F-15. I could understand. Now, just if Qatar wanted to build at Kingsley Field in Oregon, where the 173rd Fighter Wing was, where we train our F-15 pilots, that would make sense to me, right? The location will host a contingent of F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase the lethality, interoperability, he said during a meeting with his Qatari counterpart. It's just another example of our partnership. The announcement comes weeks after Trump signed an executive order for the U.S. to guarantee the security of Qatar, a significant commitment to a non-NATO Arab ally. Israel had bombed Qatar several days earlier as part of an operation against Hamas, but sources told CNN that the plan to build the Qatar facility has been in the works for several years. Mountain Home used to be the only completely deployable air wing in the Air Force. I do believe that is correct. I do believe that is correct, because we don't deploy. I think they were the only people that would ever completely pack up and say goodbye. Army, Marines deploy differently. I do believe that is correct. The U.S. military has a long-standing partnership, including today's announced cooperation with F-15QA aircraft, emphasizing there will be no Qatari-owned bases in the U.S. Okay, that's good. So it's just they're just going to have buildings on the base then. Substantial role in the peace talks that led to a ceasefire and hostage swap. Okay. The Qatar facility specifically has been in the works for years. Potential impacts associated with the bed down of a U.S.-led Qatari Emiri Air Force FQA squadron at the base. See, this is what I'm not okay with. This is what I want more details on, because this is what I heard while I was on vacation. What do we need a Qatari Air Force squadron at the base for? The bed down is facility for the training operations, providing space for flights to train, brief, do their schedule, and more. The countries who send pilots as part of this program provide the U.S. funds through... Yeah, that's correct. The final environmental impact said it was for the bed down of 12 F-15QA permanently assigned QEAF aircraft and associated equipment, use of Mountain Home Air Force Base, and special use of airspace and military training routes for training, use of defensive countermeasures and ordnance. Yeah, I'm not okay with this. And approximately 300 additional Air Force personnel. I'm not okay with this, right? I don't like the idea of foreign pilots in America with live ordnance without an American backseating where they can take control of the aircraft. Because in a trainer unit, the guy in the back has ultimate control. It's just like your driving instructor. Yeah, Grumpy Old Man, you precede the UTC. Your time in the military was before mine. You precede the UTCs, where we grab pieces and parts from other bases to assemble a remote wing. I like the idea of fully deployable wings better. And then you pull any shortfalls you have. I think it works better that way. That's why the Army, when the Army deploys, they deploy pretty much as a post. And the only people back at the post are the reserve battalion. And those are all the people that are sick, lame, lazy, broken, getting out, whatever. Yeah, it's an air expeditionary wing, meaning it's already a composite force with necessary command, control, and intelligence. That's why I like it better. The Army deploys better than the Air Force. The Army deploys better than the Air Force for this reason. So the Air Force is going to build... The Air Force is going to build a deployed LRS. And what it does is it pulls people... It pulls a commander from this base with an EXO that he's never used before. He pulls flight commanders from multiple bases and then pulls enlisted from multiple bases. And now all of a sudden, all these people that have never met and worked together are supposed to just mesh and gel and be able to do things. I don't like that idea. I never have liked that idea. I have never ever liked that idea of deployment. Let's see. The report said basing and operations were expected to begin in early fiscal year 2024, which was 2 fiscal years ago. So the only thing I'm not okay with is that their planes are going to be carrying ordnance. And I hope that we're vetting all the foreign military personnel who come here. We're gonna have to. I don't see why we need to do that. Maybe there's things going on behind the scenes. Maybe we're trying to build. Maybe Saudi Arabia isn't working out to be the leader of the Middle East we wanted them to be, because they just signed that agreement. Yeah, exactly, Jace. I don't think we're in danger from the clowns that are the Qatari Air Force, because they're only going to have one squadron of F-15s. I mean, they could do an awful lot of damage, but it's not like they can go anywhere. It's not like the aircraft we already have in the air anyway couldn't stop them. But yeah, I think the problem is, I hope that we're vetting their people like other countries vet us when we go there. Like, shit, man, I was supposed to be the deputy minister of logistics in Pakistan for a year, and they wanted a ridiculous amount of information. And I'm like, I'm not giving you that information. They're like, we need your father's social security number. No, that's not mine to give you. We need your wife's social security number. The fuck you do. I don't feel like we do, because half the time they show up to training without all their documents. Yeah, you know, I'm not trying to be culturally insensitive, but I think sometimes some of the people that other militaries send over to us, those people should be restricted to base. Like, look, no, you can't go out on the local economy. No, you can't. We'll train you, but you don't get to watch. Like, foreign military members can come here, and they wander around the base, and sometimes you're just like, should we be telling them all that? What's my opinion on chocobos is a famous Pakistani security question. Yeah, man, they wanted my wife's social, date of birth. They wanted my kids' names, and I filled it out because I have to, and it was like father's social security number. That's not mine to give you. Wife's social security number. There is no reason you would need that. Children's names. No reason you would need that. Children's birthday. No reason you would need that. I wrote that on every line. I turned it into the deployment office. Then I got a call from the Judge Advocate General that I was being insubordinate. So I had to call the ADC, the Area Defense Council. And I was like, I'm not comfortable giving a foreign government this information about, like they asked me for my social security number, and I said, no, period. My DOD ID number is, and I gave them my DOD ID number. And they were like, well, you have to give them your social. I said, I don't have to give them my social. You guys have issued me a DOD ID. I hate Department of Defense identification number. That's the only number I have to give anybody now. And they're like, well, the host country is requesting your social. And I'm not giving it. Here's my military career. Here's my training rip. Here's the information they can ask me for. The rest of this they don't need. The ADC went over to the JAG and it's like, he's not gonna budge. And they called me and they're like, well, we have to have this information. And I said, you know what? As a former installation deployment officer, no, you don't need any of that information, because you're not going to be able to tell me there's a regulation out there that says I have to give it, because I'm fully trained to do this job, and I would never even have sent this to a member. So the Area Defense Council had to walk over to the JAG and say, he's not giving that information and there's nothing you can do to him. If a foreign military personnel commits a crime while being hosted in the US, do they fall under the UCMJ or the local or the country's jurisdiction? This is a great question. And I want people to understand a really shitty part about being in the military. This thing that people have in the civilian world called double jeopardy does not apply to a military member. A military member can be tried under the UCMJ, and they can be tried under local, and I'll put local in quotes because it can be local ordinance, it could be state ordinance, it could be federal crime. Generally, you would have local, state, and federal. If it was federal, they would kick you back under the UCMJ because the UCMJ doesn't have a soft side. It has a hard side and a just you're headed to hell side. For example, you get a DUI on the local economy. 99 times out of 100, they want to kick that over to the military. Number one, it gets it the fuck off their caseload. Number two, what the military can do to you is a lot worse than what they can do to you. Generally, most places in the US, most, not all, like there's a place up in Northern Illinois 20 years ago, Will County used to put you in jail for 30 days for a DUI. Now, you're talking about a foreign member. So that is going to be governed under the Status of Forces Agreement. What this says is these crimes, we will turn them back over to you. These crimes, we reserve. And the truth is, we reserve these, but these we're going to probably kick back to you. You commit a murder in the US, we're going to try that. We're going to take that. You commit a sexual assault, well, that's what Phelan says, or what Grumpy Old Man says. It's the penalty under Qatari law would be more drastic. And so you would be talking to the Qataris and say, your guy was just arrested on sexual assault charges. And that's when they would look at you and say, if you give him back to us, he will no longer be a problem ever again. Maybe that means they're going to take him out of the country. Maybe that means they're going to put him on the plane and fucking shoot him. But either way, he will never be a problem again. Grumpy Old Man says, when I was stationed in Turkey, you did not want to fuck about and find out outside the wire. Right. Yeah, maybe they mean they will remove his ability to sexually assault someone. When you are in Turkey, I always advise my people that were going to Incirlik. Hey, you know what? You're going to be in Incirlik for a year. You know what? A year is a really short period of time, all things considered. Why don't you stay the fuck on the post the whole year? You know what would be a good thing to do? Why don't you go to Incirlik unaccompanied? And why don't you spend a year in your room studying for promotion tests? That would probably be a good use of the year. I tell people the same thing when they go to Korea for the northern base for 1 year. I say, why don't you just spend all your fucking time in your room? Don't buy one of the polos. There's a great polo that they sell at that base. One sleeve says, take me to K-Town. One sleeve says, take me to the base. They already know. If you're getting into the cab outside of the base, you want to go to K-Town. If you're in town and you're wearing one of these polos and you get in the cab, you want to go back to the base. How about instead of letting that shit go on, how about we make our people learn some Korean? How about Saturdays is you're going to be in language immersion? For instance, if a military member goes out into the community in uniform and commits sexual assault, the authorities will usually press SA rape charges. You will also face a general courts martial. And most of the time, your sentence with the local authorities doesn't start until after you get out of Leavenworth. And they will provide you with free mandatory supervised transport from Leavenworth to the local authorities to start the new sentence. Yeah. Yeah. You do not want to get double charged. They made it available for me to move off base, and I was like, fuck no. That of course is the appropriate answer. Now, Germany, a little bit different. Italy, a little bit different. England, a little bit different. Those three places, if you happen to go, living on the local economy is really nice. Especially near Ramstein or Limstuhl. Those two places are very, very nice to live off base on the local economy. They keep a lot of the landlords keep places for rent specifically for military personnel because they like BAH. What else do we got going on in the world? Russia, Ukraine. Why are we at the point? Yeah, any place that does DUI testing with reusable straws stored in alcohol is no bueno. I agree with you. Russia attacks Ukraine power grids as Moscow worries over US Tomahawk missiles. This is last week. I'm catching up. Russia attacked the Ukrainian power grid, part of an ongoing campaign to cripple Ukrainian energy infrastructure before winter, and expressed extreme concern over the US potentially providing Tomahawk cruise missiles to the Ukraine. Russia continues its aerial terror against our cities and communities, intensifying strikes on our energy infrastructure. Russia had launched more than 3,100 drones, 92 missiles, and 1,360 glide bombs. I want to know, as a serious question, if the US was really committed to protecting Ukraine, why have we not given them a couple of more Patriot missile batteries? Because if we gave them a couple of more Patriot missile batteries, Russia would probably not have the ability to saturate. This war scares the shit out of me because yeah, we're slowly losing patience with Russia and removing limits on the long-range capabilities we're willing to provide. Sell. I'm sorry, but the Ukraine needs cruise missiles. The Ukraine needs the ability to strike inside of Russia. Without that ability, you can't win a war. If you can't disrupt the enemy at home, you're always the occupied nation. This war is taking entirely too long. Russia wins the longer this war takes. This is what worries me about our planet. We have a president who doesn't care about his own people. We have a president that doesn't care about his home country. We have a president that doesn't know how to negotiate with anybody. We have a president that doesn't understand trade deficits are not tariff deficits. And so what we're stuck with right now is we're stuck with a president who's made a bunch of empty threats and isn't ready to follow through with them. It's like, as the world has changed, as time has changed, shouldn't spank your kids. All the research shows there's not one credible piece of research that says spanking your kids is a good thing. Now, That's radically different than 20 years ago. That's radically different than 15 years ago, right? The problem with some parents is that you say to your kids, if you keep this shit up, I'm gonna spank you. And then your kid keeps that shit up. And now you are in a really, really bad position, right? You are in a really, really terrible position as a parent because you've made a threat. And if you don't follow up on that threat, then that speaks volumes. See, we need to, now you said it, now you have to do it. And that's the problem because our president has said a lot of things. And the rest of the world is like, fuck you. Right? The rest of the world now looks at America and says, fuck you. Yeah. Well, otherwise you're going back on your word, and that just teaches your kids that there's no consequences. And it teaches your kid you can go back on your word. If you aren't willing to take the action, don't fucking say it. Now, as my kids have become adults, I've apologized to both of my daughters. Spanked both the middle daughters. I've apologized to both of them. And both of them have said to me, if you didn't spank me, I would have turned out worse. I think that's a fair trade. You know, not really glad I did it. Not glad I had to do it. But, you know, worked out. Donald Trump says to Gaza, if you don't give back the fucking hostages, don't put some bullshit threat. Put a very clear carrot and stick. And you know, it was funny. Martin Sheen was just on some talk show and they were showing all his clips of being presidential during the West Wing. And why can't we just have a fucking president like, you know, Jed Bartlett from the West Wing? Don't make idle threats and don't leave open-ended threats. Be carrot and be carrot, be stick. Gaza, if you give back all the hostages, aid will start to flow into your country. If you don't give back the hostages, I'm gonna turn my back and let Israel do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, you told your son if he didn't get his grades up, he was gonna get pulled. End of the year, he had 7 Fs and a D. You fucking hated it because the charter school was the best outcome high school in the state, but he had to get pulled and be put in a public school. He's taking you seriously, and right now he has a 3.0. Right. And that's what he needs to do. Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. Some people feel that discipline is the enemy of enthusiasm. Giving your kids guidelines is great. Giving other countries guidelines is great. But when those other countries can turn around and say, fuck you. The United States doesn't technically need other countries. But it sure is a hell of a lot easier when people want to work with you. Is Europe afraid of us? Europe's like, wait, what? What? Huh? Never mind, we'll wait till the next president. The European Union was literally, they turned their back on America. They're like, we don't need you for 4 years. We can do without you. We can wait till the next president. Yeah, you'd rather have your kid have a 3.0 in the worst school in the state than a 0.25 in the best. Just this morning talked about it. Negative emotional exchanges or lack of connection with my parents far, far, far outweighs any feelings about being spanked. For you, yes. For you, absolutely. My parents beat my ass for something I didn't even do. That didn't go over well. Parents beat my ass for something I didn't even do. And all that did is made me a whole lot better at not getting caught. Because I'm like, well, shit. If I'm gonna get my ass beat when I don't do stuff, wonder what's gonna happen if I get caught doing stuff. Just don't get caught. Let's see. Yeah, you were around it, therefore you're to blame. But I came home and told you. Like, I walked in, I told you what the other kids were doing, and you beat my ass. Yeah, if you got spanked, you knew why. It goes to the statement of, I found a lot of people spend a lot of time trying to defend their name and defend their reputation. I like the Tom Holland thing. He didn't create it, he just repeated it. If you have a problem with me, go ahead and text me and we can talk about it. And if you don't have my number, then you don't know me well enough to you know, have a problem with me. You have a lot more learning about me to do before you can have a problem with me. If people believe a story about you without asking your side of it, then however the story makes you out to be is what that person believes about you. Well, holy shit, is that accurate? Like, if you believe a story about me before you ever ask me what happened, then fuck you. Right? But Donald Trump, the world doesn't fear him. Now, I don't think it's a good idea for the president of the United States to be feared around the world. But it would be a hell of a lot better than being mocked, being laughed at. Like, the Oval Office makes me want to fucking puke. Donald Trump blinged out the Oval Office. Donald Trump built a fucking ballroom at the White House while people in America are fucking starving. People are applauding Donald Trump's tariff program because it raised the money that it's going to take to pay people while the government is shut down. Donald Trump's tariff program is an illegal tax because the president, and it wouldn't matter which president did it, tariffs are a tax, and only the legislative branch has the power of taxation. We are seeing now that our Constitution is completely and absolutely fucking broken. As I said on the last show that I did, democracies only work when people want to act democratically. If people don't give any shit about their behavior, then a democracy doesn't work. Democracies depend on people choosing to act constitutionally. But what makes it even sadder to me is people in America believe they live in a democracy. You do not live in a democracy. You live in a democratic republic. And there is a massive difference between a democracy and a democratic constitutional republic. In fact, people don't understand that until senators were directly elected, the people's choice had zero impact on the senators. Because the way it's supposed to be is the people elect the House directly. The people vote, and then appointed electors appoint the president. The people vote for a state legislature. The state legislature appoints the federal senators. This was all mapped out. This was all mapped out so that the people elected The people elected the House because the House is supposed to represent the people. Did you know that the way the Constitution was originally laid out and designed, the bills are supposed to come from the House, and the Senate is supposed to sit around like the wise, learned men and vote them up or down? The Senate was never designed for the introduction of organic legislation. Imagine people having this amazing fucking instruction manual for a government, and then having the technicians' notes, the Federalist Papers. And did you know that some of our fucking elected officials don't even understand the Constitution? Let alone the Federalist Papers? Somebody said to me once, J.D. Vance knows more about the law than you do because he went to law school. Correct. J.D. Vance knows more about the law than I do. J.D. Vance does not know more about the Constitution than I do just by virtue of going to law school. Why? Because you don't learn about the fucking Constitution in law school. That's why you go to pre-law school, and pre-law students are either history majors, poli-sci majors, or criminology majors. The majority of them are criminology majors because the majority of people aren't going into the law to be prosecutors. They're going into the law to be defenders because that's where the money's at. Yes, you learn a little bit about the Constitution in law school. 4, 5, 6, 8, 14. The rest of it, you're not studying Section 1 and Section 2 and Section 3 of the Constitution. Because as a lawyer, that shit doesn't matter. Now, if you're a constitutionist, you're going to study the Constitution inside and out because you're choosing to pursue a very niche subset of the law. But people are like, lawyers know the Constitution better than common people. You don't even fucking know what fucking lawyers learn. Like somebody told me today, what was this fucking moron's position? This fucking moron, Disney, for their disability access service, they have said, what they've said is, you can't record you cannot record the phone call, your DAS phone call, with Disney. I am not even joking. This lady says, good luck. Some states you don't have to tell you're filming. Okay. According to federal wiretap laws, only one person needs to be aware of the tap. I told this person, just so you're aware, when a call crosses state lines, i.e. is interstate, then both federal laws and both governing state laws apply to the call. Given you are contacting Walt Disney World in Florida, which is an all-party consent state, it doesn't matter where you are calling from, the most restrictive state law is in effect, and that would be Florida's. Additionally, as you have agreed not to record, you have accepted terms and conditions of the call prior to making the call, so it's not a luck thing, it's a law thing. The law is based on medical conversation, which is talk about in the interview, so I record them just like they record me. Disney policy nor record, I will record because federal law, which requires all party to record via medical talk. Do all law differ for people with brain issue? Look up. Just for you, I did look it up. You might want, you're confusing the federal wiretap law with two-party consent. And in this country, federal law doesn't always trump state law. The way it works is states can be more restrictive. They cannot be less restrictive. I can't find a single law buried in the ADA or otherwise that gives any special permissions to people with brain injuries to record another person when consent is required. What we have is we have a TikTok generation of motherfuckers that get told something and then they believe it And what they don't understand is just because you watched a TikTok that said you can do something stupid, ignorance of the law is not a defense against your criminal charges. Now, if you press a button that says, I agree to these terms and conditions, and then you proceed to record it, and then you proceed to release it, you're going to go to jail. There was a guy backstage at a Disney property, and he had his phone out and he was recording. And a cast member came up to him and said, excuse me, sir, you're backstage. You have to put the phone away. He says, I don't have to put the phone away. I can record at any time for my safety. And they said, you agreed not to record backstage when you purchased your ticket. It's in the pages of agreement. And the guy said to the cast member, fuck you, I'm going to record what I want. Well, when he got out from behind backstage, because he was being escorted off of a ride, the ride broke down, he was met by Disney security, who was then backed up by Orange County sheriffs. And they said, in this situation, we're confiscating your phone because you have made a recording of a backstage area, which you agreed when you purchased the ticket to not do. So we're taking your phone. And the guy was like, well, I need my phone. They're like, we don't care. You were given the nice option to stop recording and delete the footage. And you decided to be an asshole anyway and do whatever the fuck you wanted to do because you felt you were entitled to do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's not how life works. Another Disney creator was backstage, took pictures. They didn't get caught, posted them. Disney DMCA struck the fuck out of their channel. The creator created a new channel, posted the same shit again, got the next channel nuked. I don't know what it is about people that don't understand. When you sign an agreement, and what people don't understand is when you buy a ticket to an amusement park, all of that font is terms and agreement that generally has and you agree to all our other terms and agreement. Please see cast member if you would like a copy of the terms and agreement. Shit. The Disney ticket terms and agreement are fucking pages long. I'm going to show you right? I'm going to show you just how fucking long the Disney terms and agreement is. Walt Disney World Resort ticket store terms and details. Tickets and passes as referred to below as tickets. All prices in US dollar. Ticket orders are not accepted until confirmed with confirmation number. Due to various restrictions and limitations, tickets cannot be shipped to all locations. Title to the ticket passes upon delivery of the tickets to the shipper. Recipient is responsible for any duty or custom charges. Persons who are requesting tickets to be shipped to friends or family outside the U.S. should so note. Each ticket admits one person. Ticket is not transferable, revocable. Each ticket is non-transferable and revocable and must be used by the same person on any and all days. Disney is not responsible for lost or stolen tickets. Parks, restaurant, attractions, hours, operations, blah, 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 are subject to change, close, or cancellation, varying levels of availability, and discontinuance without notice due to rehabilitation, refurbishment, capacity, seasonal considerations, weather, low demand, government or other authority guidance, or other pandemic-related restrictions, special events, or for any other reason without liability to the release parties named below. Park admission is not guaranteed. That right there, people don't know about. In the event of any conflict between other applicable terms, conditions, or agreements, and these terms of service and conditions, including with respect to the binding arbitration agreements and class action waiver in section 2 and 3 below, these terms and conditions govern. Disney shall have the right to cancel any ticket or tickets or any feature or features of any ticket or tickets at any time and for reasons and provide a refund. Tickets are non-refundable unless canceled by Disney. If Disney cancels a ticket due to misconduct, no refund shall be due. Yeah, special events is a good one. If a celebrity buys out the park for the day, you're shit out of luck. Now, for the most part, Disney and Universal have moved away from allowing celebrities to buy out the park during the normal day. Normally now, celebrities can enter, what they'll do is they'll bring the celebrities in early and take them to the areas that open first, and then they'll take them to the areas that don't open at opening, and they'll keep them backstage. But like Alexa Bliss, who's a WWE wrestler, she was in the haunted house when I went through. It's insane to think how much money you'd have to spend for Disney to not lose money renting out the park. Yeah, it's like something crazy like $5 million an hour. Yeah, they don't want to enforce these. They just need to be able to if needed. Bad for business to just be dicks. Right. They don't want to enforce these. The night after I was at Halloween Horror Nights, there was a huge brawl. The night after that, there was a missing child. One of the nights I was down there, a person committed suicide by jumping off the monorail line outside the Contemporary. These are all the things that social scientists start to point to. I understand that when I say this, you're going to be like, well, people have been rude forever. When manners go out the window as a common everyday occurrence, your society is starting to collapse. There was a woman who followed another woman and shot her and killed her because the lady opened the door and the second person didn't say thank you. So the person who opened the door followed the woman and shot her. Look, we're teetering on fucking societal collapse here in America. And I'm not joking. I'm not kidding at all. When you have people so angry and pissed off that they're following other people and killing them, that's bad. People used to get arrested over being rude, and it was legal because the one poking the holes was noble. Right. When I don't tolerate the rude shit. I'm abrasive. I'm condescending. I'm cold. I'm callous. I'm crass. But people know don't fuck about. Look. You go into one of the, I don't own any businesses at the moment, but you come into one of the businesses and you have a complaint. I'll listen to your honest to God complaint. What's your complaint? Well, the steak wasn't cooked right. Motherfucker, that's just a bone. Steak must have been cooked well enough that you ate the whole thing. Well, I wasn't really satisfied with it. Great. Then what happens is you pay your bill and you leave and you never come back. If you're not being satisfied with it is when you take the first bite of it and you're not happy with it, you call your server over, your server calls me over, I walk over and I say, what seems to be the problem here? And the steak's not cooked the way I ordered it. Well, what's wrong with it? I ordered medium and this is medium well. No, my friend, this is this is medium. Let me whip out this little color-coded chart guide for you. This is medium. Well, I didn't know that's how you guys cook medium. This little color-coded chart guide is on the table right there. Like when we go on vacation, all the 3 steakhouses we have around here, they all kind of suck. One's an Outback, one's a Longhorn, one's a Texas Roadhouse. They all kind of suck. We're down there, we're at, my family doesn't like medium. They don't like steakhouse medium. They like medium well. Fucking heathens. But when we're down there, they'll order medium. I'm like, nope, you want medium well because you don't want it still mooing. You've had that when you've been part through a T-bone and noticed the fillet side was cooked medium and the other side was still blue. Yeah, exactly. And if somebody called me over and they were through one side of the steak and then the other side, I would say that's a fucked up steak. What would you like me to do? What would you like me to do here? I can do a couple of different things for you. I can only charge you. Yeah, probably one side was still frozen when they put it on the grill, probably. But then I'd want to know how that fucking happened too. No, my family knows if they put ketchup on a steak. I'm not a person to tell you how you can and cannot eat your food. But I am a person that'll tell you if you put ketchup on a fucking steak and it's anything above a sirloin, then you're only getting sirloin from this point forward. Like my daughter said last night, she doesn't want like New York strips anymore. She doesn't want that because she likes her meat closer to well done so she can gnaw and, you know, she can gnaw and pull and rip and she can put ketchup on it. I said, no problem. If that's what you want, thank you for letting me know because I can stop spending $17 on your steak and I can spend $6 on your steak. Yeah. Put ketchup on a steak, I'm calling my lawyer. You're getting written out. That was like, my wife will tell you, I mean, you'll never talk to her, but my wife will tell you. My wife and I started dating. I took her to a nice steakhouse. Drove in from Chicago, took her to a nice steakhouse. I think it was Logan's. She got her steak, and the first thing she did was ask for A1 sauce. And I was like, the fuck are you doing? And she's like, I always put A1 sauce on my steaks. And keep in mind, this was 20 years ago. The fuck are you doing? That's a $28 steak. We're at a fucking steakhouse. You don't put fucking A1 on a $28 steak at a steakhouse? What? Give me that fucking A1 sauce. Try the goddamn meat. Fucking cut it, try it, put it in your mouth. She's like, this is really good. This isn't fucking shoe leather that you're cooking at the house because you only got $5 left in your pocket. A1 sauce should never be on a steak. If you put A1 sauce on a steak, order the cheapest steak on the menu. Because the only thing you're going to taste is the fucking A1 sauce. A1 sauce is fucking heresy. At least fresh horseradish or something. They call it steak sauce, but it ruins even $5. Yeah, it's not steak sauce. In my opinion, it's garbage. Like, if you're gonna be cheap about it, get onion and garlic powder and do your steak that way. If you're gonna be sensible about it, get fresh onion and get an onion grinder. I'm sorry, get fresh garlic and get a garlic grinder. Get fresh onion and slice it and get mushrooms. And all you have to do is take the fresh garlic, put it on the steak, and then a little tiny saucepan with a little olive oil on the back burner and just throw your mushrooms and your onion in that. Just get the oil hot and then turn the heat down to low, throw your mushrooms and your onion, just fucking chase them around the pan every so often. Yeah, barbecue sauce goes on the meat before cooking. You gotta bake that shit on there. I make an amazing barbecue sauce when I'm making my own. Yeah, chimichurri is acceptable as well. Things that enhance and play with the flavors. Like, I know some of you like Longhorn Steakhouse. My family likes Longhorn. I hate the rub they use at Longhorn. It just doesn't jam with me. Yeah, horseradish and joy, but only for cheaper cuts. Sometimes it sounds like everyone in the US has fried their taste buds and now need everything to be concentrated extract to taste anything. Salty bread, you're not wrong. You're not wrong that the average American has overstimulated. Cooking stream one. I've only ever done one cooking stream, and my kitchen is not really set up in a conducive way for me to do a cooking stream. I don't have the ability to put the cameras and stuff where I need them. So yeah, I did one. I think it was the $5,000 reward. I don't have a grill. My family doesn't like grilled food. Yeah, it was a HelloFresh stream. No, my kitchen is actually really clean. My kitchen is kind of fucked up because I hate the kitchen in this house. So my kitchen is like this, right? So my sink is here, and I have this like corner area, but the cupboards come out so far. My oven is here. My island is here. The pantry's here. So I don't have any countertop. That's the problem. I can't. For me, I have to treat my home the same way you treat a commercial kitchen. I have to prep everything into prep bowls. It's not like I can start and then while this is cooking, chop this. I have to have everything prepped and in prep bowls. I've now have 5 metal bowls. My daughter grew mold in one of them. I can't even think about putting food I'm gonna eat. So my wife always looks at me sometimes. Sometimes my wife looks at me after I cook and she's just got this face and she's like, because every fucking prep bowl has been used. Every prep spoon has been used. She's just like, shit. Groceries are dishes for days. Overstimulation with seasoning is fine. That's minimum calorie. We're overstimulated with sauces, which are like 200 to 300 extra calories. And sometimes how much ranch people use. Yeah. I will be right back. Yeah, I think one of the best parts about going on vacation is when you go on vacation and you're not at a place where you're not at like the standard commercial places, you're at like high quality dining places, and you start to see how much over serving you're getting. Wendy's salads, the Caesar chicken at Wendy's is only 411 without dressing. The avocado chicken is 485. Oh, that actually includes the topping, and there's no fucking way. It says this includes the topping and dressing. There's no way. There's no way that a Caesar chicken salad, it only has 411 calories. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I do not believe that at all. See if I can actually find a second source. I don't believe that a Caesar salad is 411 calories, period. Like, I ate a lot of places. Shrinkflation hit the dressing, yeah, maybe. But you see a portion. And what's funny is you get this portion of food and you're like, that's not going to fill me up. But by the time you get done eating it, you are full. And that's the problem with, I know this sounds terrible, but America needs to stop for a minute and look around and look at Europe. 61 months, that's almost a whole year and 3 months. We need to look around at other countries and realize we overeat. Like, we radically overeat. You get some places you get served food and it's just like, this is so much food. I'm back on the diet now that they told me I get to keep my feet. I'm on solid food once a day, and what the hell are these things called? Core Powers. The 42 gram Core Powers. 42 grams of protein for 230 calories. So I have 2 of those a day, and it's less than 500 calories, which leaves me about 800 calories for my one meal of the day, and then starting to feel good. Why would anyone get a 1,200 calorie salad when each burger is only like 300 calories a pop if you remove the top bun? Why the fuck would I eat a hamburger or a cheeseburger without the top bun? Next thing you're going to be telling me is I should go to Red Robin and I should have my fucking cheeseburger put inside of a piece of lettuce. And I should have a lettuce wrap. If I'm going to have a fucking lettuce wrap, I'm going to put chicken in it and not a burger patty. That was one of the dumbest things I'd ever fucking seen. Yeah, then I'm going to get cheese all over my fingers. Because it's more burger and cheese per bread. It tastes better and saves you 100 calories of bread. Did you know you can go to Burger King and you can get a croissant sandwich without the croissant sandwich? You can drive through Burger King and say, yeah, I would like a croissant sandwich, but I don't want the croissant sandwich. Can you just put the stuff? Why don't you just go somewhere that actually serves fucking eggs and cheese? All I hear is culinary heresy. Yeah. Now I make hold on one second. Sorry, they fucked up my daughter's health insurance so fucking bad. that even they can't unfuck it. They haven't paid my daughter's insurance bills all fucking year. And so now my daughter is getting like interruptions of service. And I had to call these people and I'm like, look, you guys fucked up. And you guys completely fucked up. You have all these denied claims. Just go in and reprocess all the denied claims. Am I impacted by the shutdown at all? I shouldn't be, because my pension is a must pay. My pension can never be lessened. I mean, I guess there's not a lot I could do if they decided to not pay it, but I'm pretty sure if the government decided to not pay the military veterans, the active duty military would be like, the fuck you did what? You did fucking what? Other than VA facilities, other than VA benefits facilities, VA medical facilities are still, VA medical facilities are still open. It's the VBA that's not open. Yeah, all VA medical facilities, including hospitals, outpatient clinics, and VA centers, remain open during government shutdowns. Because VA medical services are funded through advanced appropriations. Now the VBA, and a lot of people don't get this about the Veterans Affairs, and I did this in a video. I have a video on my YouTube. The VA is divided into two. You have the VBA, and then you have medical. You need to go through this process before you can go to this process. Once you've been through this process, you never have to go through this process again unless you need to get your rating changed. But like right now, they're trying to make it so my brain, sleep apnea. They don't want to give people their sleep apnea anymore, which I will be the first to say, sleep apnea should have never been as rampantly awarded as it was. I'll be the first to say I have sleep apnea. I got sleep apnea about 4 months before they retired me. I will absolutely also say that when I knew I was going to get retired and I had a feeling I was going to get fucked over, I absolutely went and had a sleep study done, because it's an automatic 50%. Because I was still in the military, every single medical condition that you develop while you're in the military is service related. I don't know why sleep apnea that suddenly manifests itself should get me 50%, but it does. Now they're saying they don't want to do that anymore. Well, that's great, but you're still stuck with all the people that already have it, because it's not like you can just undo a previous award. It's always the change goes into effect now and affects the upcoming people. I also think that if this country gave a shit about its veterans, they would really, really, really think about fixing the problem. But at the same time, my belief is that if you are 100% disabled, not only can you not work, you're not allowed to work. Because how can somebody be 100% disabled and still have a job? I know a guy. He was a retired 05. He was 100% VA, and he was a GS-14. What about working for yourself like a streamer or something? Again, if you're 100% disabled, how can you work? I don't mind people going all the way up to 90% disabled and then working as a streamer or having a job. But when you're 100% disabled, by the way, the important thing here is like 90% disabled. Well, let me look up the chart. So let me just show you the break point. I want that. No, I don't want you to help me. Sometimes website designers kill me. 100% disabled. Where's the 100% disabled with a spouse? What the why veteran spouse and child? $4,200 a month if it's you, a spouse, and a child. But if you're only 90% disabled, it's $2,600. I think if you're broken enough to go right from here to here, then you shouldn't be allowed to have another job. And it's not like I'm trying to be mean. It's not like I'm trying to crush people's hopes and dreams. But if you make enough money, right? If you're making this, plus some people are making that plus their pension. I don't think there's a need for them to be allowed to work. Because most people who are 100% disabled also, most people that are 100% disabled are also getting Social Security disability. And if they're getting concurrent receipt, you could have somebody conceivably getting $2,500 a month on their pension, $4,200 a month on their VA, and another $2,000 a month through Social Security, right? I think if you're making this a month, you shouldn't be allowed to have other employment. I would ask what number is based on, meaning, is it a certain amount of outside income assumed when they created that number? That's a great question. The answer is up to 100%. There is a factorial, a factor of some income. And at the 100% disability is assumed that you're not getting any. 100% disability is that you're never getting any outside income. You're not getting concurrent receipt because that's a relatively new thing. You're not getting Social Security. Now, this is another thing I would like to fix. What did I say over here with the enough is enough the enough is enough party? When it comes to all of our administration, I'm going to stop wasting money. I'm going to balance the budget, and then I want to have things that just make sense. Right? Here's what I would like to make sense. 100% disability should really only be possible if you're med boarded. Did you know that you can't receive a 100% disability if you're med boarded? Because which condition is possible to still be serving, to be around, to be med boarded? Like, that can be true if the med boards are changed to be actually accurate and identical to the VA rating. They are now. Your med board your med board must be identical to your VA rating for the disqualifying condition, because the DOD no longer decides the percentage. When you get first you go to the dog, and these are all the Air Force terms, but I know these work identical across the board. You go to the dog, the Deployment Action Working Group. The dog at your base, whatever the other, it's like suitability for deployment. They decide whether or not this individual is deployable or not. If the individual is deployable, that's the end of your med board process. I'll get there. So first, the determination of deployability is made. If you're deployable, it's return to duty. If you're not deployable, then you go to your service-specific medical board process. During your service-specific medical board process, you go to the VA. Because the VA is the one that determines suitability. I don't want to say it this way. The VA takes your entire health condition, evaluates you, and then they go back and they say to your branch of service, this condition is this, this condition is this, this condition is this, this condition is this. Then this branch of service says, well, do we want to retain this individual or do we want to separate this individual? Well, we're going to separate this individual because this and this are service disqualifying. So they say, okay, well, this condition is 40%. This condition is 30%. So, and we all know how much we hate the VA math because they say you have two conditions that are service unqualifying. We're med boarding you for. The first one is 40%. So we bring 40 over here. The next one is 30%, but that's 30% of 60. So we bring over 18%. And so now you're 58%, but we don't deal with mid numbers. So you are 60%. You will get 60% of your pension. You will get 60% of the average of your high 36 starting next month. Now, the fucked up part is this. Your pension, your med board, is 60%. But that was because you had these 5 conditions that the VA said you had. 10, 40, 30, 10, and 10. Well, that kind of sucks for you, my friend, because you're at 60 from these two, but you're at 58, and then 10% of 42 is 4.2, and I hate the way they do this shit. So 58 plus 4.2, 62.2 minus 100 leaves you 37.8. So 3.78, 62.2 plus 3.78. That actually takes you up to 65.98. So that's good because you're going to go to 70. And then we don't have to do the last math because it's not going to be enough to take you to 80. So your med board gives you 60% of your pension, but you're going to get 70%. You're going to get 70% through the VA. So when you're med boarded, you're going to get the higher of the two values. you're gonna have the higher of the two values, but you're gonna get it all from the VA until you're an officer. And so the VA gives me my percentage, which takes me up to a dollar amount, and then my pension is actually higher than that, so the DoD gives me the rest. Yeah, it's based on multiplicative math. It's funny, Astro. It's really funny you say that, though, because whenever I had an airman that was going for a med board, I could always tell if they were a gamer or not, because if they were a gamer, they understood the math like that. And if they weren't, they didn't get it. I think we need to take better care of the veterans. Which we do. We take better care of the veterans now. As they get off active duty, they have their VA rating, which I think is great. I think it's amazing that they have their rating before they leave active duty. Now some of them that are so disgruntled with the service, they just want out. Some of them leave before they have their rating, which is dumb, because it's a whole lot easier to get your rating while you're still on active duty. But no, we don't take care of people. It's also, like I'm saying, you've got the government shutdown update. Our country is currently blaming the Democrats for the government shutdown. The Senate has had, yeah, you're not supposed to, but when you're being med boarded, you no longer can be stop lossed. So if you're being med boarded and it reaches the end of your contract, getting you your VA rating is not something they can force you to stay on active duty for. Now, yeah, you can get out without it, but if you want it before you get out and you say, I'm not leaving until I have it, they can't kick you out without it. They can't put you out without it, but you can opt to leave if you're at the end of your contract. Now, in my case, because a matter of 2 days was going to cost them, yeah, they won't process you unless you say, I don't have it and I'm not leaving without it. If you don't have a contract in 2 days and you say, I want fucking out, there's no mechanism for them to extend you because you don't have a contract in 2 days. You're out anyway. And if there's not a reason that, like in my case, I was an officer. I didn't have a contract. I had a service commitment, but I didn't have a contract. If they didn't have mine ready, I sure as fuck wasn't leaving. But I knew they were going to have mine ready because it saved them approximately $5 million over the course of my life by getting me out those 2 days early. If you're not within 90 to 180 days from SEP when you fill out the forms, you are put in category 2 priority, which in my case took like 6-7 months, and they back paid it. Yeah, they will back pay to the date of eligibility, up to X amount of time. The government shutdown, we're still fighting over Affordable Care Act subsidies, and the Democrats insist on the subsidies. The Republicans say the government should reopen first. Well, why would the Democrats trust the Republicans to give the subsidies after the government reopens? Because without a forced 60 vote situation, the Democrats don't have any leverage until the midterm election. A federal judge in California has temporarily blocked the administration from firing more than 4,100 federal employees, citing due process concerns. This country is so completely fucked up because, how can a federal judge cite due process concerns for firing of federal workers when you don't get due process when you're fired? It seems like the Republicans are not stressed at all. Right now, I'm confused. Well, yeah, oddly enough, the negotiation tactic of fuck off, you aren't getting anything, hasn't worked. The Republicans aren't worried. The Democrats don't need to be worried. And the truth of the matter is, I want everybody to look around for a second. If your life can go on pretty much uninterrupted during a government shutdown, your life can go on pretty much uninterrupted during a government shutdown, how many of the services that are interrupted are actually mission critical? And if they're not mission critical, why the fuck are we doing them at the federal level anyway? I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but there's an awful lot of people in cushy government jobs that don't need to have that job. I literally had a GS-15 that worked in my building that had to come to work every day. And we needed to have him on staff because of how this was written, how this was written, how this was written, how this was written. We had to have all those, we had to have all these reasons. We had to have a PhD in chemical engineering on staff. But it was so hard to keep him gainfully employed because his job description was he does these types of fuel inspections, these types of fuel tests, these types of rocket fuel tests, and we so rarely had that type of work. Meanwhile, we were down 3 lab techs, and he's perfectly qualified to run standard JP8 and Jet A and biodiesel and diesel and gasoline. He's perfectly qualified to run those tests. But that work is considered beneath his pay grade, and therefore he had the right to refuse to do it because it's not the job he was hired for. That's another fucking problem I have with how our government is so broken. In my opinion, right? As an E1 to an E4, this is my work. As an E5 and an E6, this is my work, but I am also perfectly capable of doing that work, right? And then as an E7 through an E9, this is my work, but I'm perfectly capable of doing this work, and I'm perfectly capable of doing all the way down to that work. And I remember as a flight commander, my job as a fuels flight commander is not to drive a pump truck. And when the guy said to me that the previous 3 flight commanders had all been taught how to drive a pump truck, how to pull hose, I said, I'm never jumping in a pump truck and taking a fuel call. That's not my job. My job is organize, train, and equip. My job is to do accounting. My job, by the regulation, is to learn the operations of the FCC, the Fuels Control Center. Every member of the fuels management team must be fully trained on the operation of Fuels Control Center. So what I said to my guys was, it's real cute that you've had the last 3 baby lieutenants out here who aren't prior E's, who don't know how to read, but I learned how to do the control center. I learned how to do dispatch. So in an emergency, as the flight commander, I go in and tag out a dispatcher, and a dispatcher jumps in a pump truck and pumps fuel. And they all looked at me and they're like, well, you're the first lieutenant who's actually ever read the book. Yeah, I got assigned as the fuels flight commander. I read the AFI over the weekend before I showed up. There was another day I wanted to go home early. The commander said we can leave as soon as it's liberal use of free time. I start walking around and all I did was trash cans. Everybody puts their trash can out of their cubicle into the hallway, makes it easy to swap the trash cans. I'm walking down the aisle with the big black trash bag and I'm putting all the clear plastic ones. One of my senior NCOs came over to me and said, sir, that's not work you do. I said, whose work is it? They said, that's airman work. I said, well, where are all the airmen? And they said, they're out on the flight line, pumping truck. And I said, I want to go home. Trash cans have to get emptied. I said, I'm not above doing the trash. And guess what? Neither are you. Grab a broom, grab a mop, grab a vacuum, grab paper towels, wipe down shit. We should never be in a situation where people can't do the job of the person below them. And that's where I think we have a really big problem in the government. Oh, we can't do that function right now because the government shut down. What the fuck you mean? What the fuck do you mean? We can't do that job because of the government shutdown. Is it necessary for somebody's existence? How's it going? It's going great. Is that function necessary for someone's existence? Yes. Then you should be open during the government shutdown. And if they need to be open during a government shutdown, they should be on the same way that the veterans are paid, that pensions are paid, that the VA is paid. The military, you know your military end strength because it's written into the law. The military can only have X number of people. You know what that number of people is. You have a pay matrix that allows you to see next month, the month after that, all the way out for, in some cases, you could probably, if I put my mind to it, no, the budget is accurately reported. The budget is accurately reported. Military end strength can't vary. You know how many people you're allowed to have in the military. You know how many people you're allowed to have in each rank, because when there's not a spot for you to go, you don't promote. It's like we have 5,000 people taking the E6 test this year. How many E6s are we authorized? Well, we're authorized to promote 1,200 of them. Well, then we're going to promote 1,200 of them. Well, what if 1,400 of them make the... You don't think that there's money being funneled into dark programs and then everything public is getting penny on the dollar? No, I don't. And here's why I don't think that. Because a large portion of my military career, I was a money man. Money doesn't disappear out of the budget. Let me tell you, when money disappears out of the budget, the number of people you have up your asshole, and some of them have badges, gets really uncomfortable. Your asshole gets really, really blown out of proportion when, you know, $134 million goes missing because it hasn't been properly accounted for. My office, isn't that terrible for the public defender for everyone? Isn't that terrible for public defense for everyone to know? What was my MOS? My MOS, as when I was enlisted, was I was a 4 Alpha 271, and when I was an officer, I was an R21 R4. So my budget at one period of time was $4 billion. Never missed a penny. For 2.5 years, my over $4 billion budget was balanced to the penny. I know none of my money was being funneled into dark programs. Isn't that terrible for public defense for everyone to know? No, because you know how we put money into black bag operations? It's literally called that. Classified operations. Okay, let me help you. What was your MOS? What was your AFSC? Because you said what was mine, what was yours? Because I've operated at every level from base level to the Pentagon. (11B) 11 Bravo. No offense, but 11 Bullet Catcher, there's a reason why you're 11 Bang Bang, okay? Why don't you... I worked at the Pentagon. Yes, I did. Where's my candy dish? I have a candy dish around here somewhere from my time at the Pentagon. I don't know. My job title was was Deputy Director of Technical Assistance for all of Air Force Petroleum. So I had 166 publicly known geographical locations and a bunch of not publicly known geographical locations. I was responsible to make sure all the aviation and ground fuel ran impeccably. So, what up? Here's the problem. Do we have black ops? Yes, we do. But we know about them. You do know that the people who run black ops programs have to go to classified Pentagon meetings with members of the Defense Intelligence Senate Oversight Committee, and they have to justify where all that money goes. You also understand that Congress opens up the purse and puts the stack of money out and says, this is what you can spend on that. Now, if there's extra, is it supposed to go back into the general account? And they've lost trillions. What trillions? What trillions of dollars have we lost? I love this argument. What trillions of dollars have we lost? Unaccounted for. Well, is it lost or is it unaccounted for? When, where? Because it's great. Are you saying that's all Black Ops? Do you have, as an 11 Bravo, do you have any idea how much anything costs? Because you're saying they've lost trillions. What trillions have they lost? Let's start with the first one. What trillions have they lost? Because I'm looking at, as of December 24th, December 2024, Congressional News released a cited $2.5 trillion in taxpayer dollars that was unaccounted for in the DoD's 7th failed audit. Now, how the hell, where do you think the unaccounted for money goes? I'll tell you where it goes. The unaccounted for money goes for, say, we want to build a airstrip in a country. And so we're not allowed to pay bribes because it's against the American law to pay bribes. But I want to build a building right down here, right? And so here's what happens. I say I need 10 tons of steel. And the host nation says, don't you mean 15 tons of steel? And I say I need 2 tons of copper. And they say, don't you mean 4 tons of copper? And I say, I'm gonna need, whatever, 7 tons of concrete. And they say, don't you mean 10 tons of concrete? And what this is I get my building, and I get my access, and I get my permissions, and I get my whatever. And then what I do is I go to my friend who gave me permission to build that building, and I say, my friend, I'm so glad you're here. I have extra supplies. Is this something that you can dispose of for me? Because it would be too expensive for me to bring it home. And he says, why, yes, my friend. I can dispose of all that for you because right down the runway, he wanted to build a new building. This is called a bribe. But we're not allowed to do that in America. So this waste, right? This waste is the cost of doing business. It's gaming the system, but that can't be all that's happening because everyone breaks even. What do you mean everyone breaks even? I just showed you an example where a building costs damn near 50% in overrun. We didn't break even, but we got what we wanted. When we have unaccounted for shit, you know what unaccounted for shit is? It's when a country can't pay us back. You still pay them what they want for what you want. No, you don't. That's the piece you're missing. How does that get written up? It gets written up as I'm $7 million over on my project. The building was only supposed to cost me $30 million. It cost me $37 million. Project overruns. That gets put into a file. But nobody ever audits it. Because the people in the military know we're not going to audit that because we know we don't want the answer to that. It is accounted for. It's just not accounted for in a public way. Because we don't want to, we know that's how we do business. We know that's how we have to do business, but if it gets investigated, no, we don't agree. Because you're saying that we don't know where it went. We know where it went. We just can't publicly say where it went. We can't publicly say where it went because we're not allowed to pay bribes. So if we investigate into it, what's going to happen is somebody's head's going to be on the block and their nuts are going to be on the block. So we never investigate it. Why is this guy constantly over? He's really good at his job. Next. We're supposed to get compensated replacement in kind. We want our friends to go fight an enemy that we can't be seen fighting. They're supposed to replace everything we give them. Replace it with what? We don't want Yemen to fall to the Houthi rebels. Well, where does Yemen, the government of Yemen, keep getting the munitions that they use to fight the rebels? Well, they're not allowed to buy munitions from us. Why? I think the only thing we disagree on is their actual taxpayer funds go into this program that an oligarchy tier above us. No, because you have this bullshit theory that there's an oligarchy tier above us. There's not an oligarchy tier above us. Because either you're a democracy or you're an oligarchy. You can't have an oligarchy inside of a democracy. If you want to say that we're not a true democracy, I would say, then what about election day? What I don't like is when people try to say something, don't use a $5 word when a 50-cent word will do the job. No, we're a democratic constitutional republic. Because you can have a constitutional republic that's not democratically elected. See Rome. No, dumb fuck. Let me help you out. 11 Bravo, I respect the fact that you're a bullet catcher. We are a democratic constitutional republic because not all constitutional republics have to be democratic. The Roman Senate was not democratically elected. Roman citizens only elected officials at the lowest level. They had absolutely no say on the senators. So they were a republic and they had written laws, but they weren't a democracy. There is a constitutional republic. There is a republic that has no constitution and you just trust the people that you appoint to make the decisions. And you have a democracy where you can either have a democracy that just needs a plurality of votes cast and a true democracy. It's almost like that's why we have the federal government over states' rights. No, that has nothing to do with it because we've changed the Constitution in the most important way when we allowed for popular election of the senators instead of state legislature appointment of the senators. And everything is going so well. Okay, if you're gonna try to make a point with me, people are all following the rules. Okay, let me help you out when you communicate in text because you don't seem to get it. You can't jump around point to point to point if you're not gonna have a solid train of logic. Lots of places run perfectly well. There are lots of states that run perfectly well. There are lots of areas in states that run perfectly well. The whole fucking system isn't collapsing. We're not in anarchy everywhere. So what part of the Constitution that has the federal government over states' rights? I think the base argument is there is a secret and potentially corrupt deals going on under the table. Congratulations. That's been going on since the beginning of time, and it will continue to go on forever. For example, having to give a contract to somebody who's not qualified, but they got 5 points for being a woman, 5 points for being a minority, and 5 points for being a veteran. Yeah, but here's the problem, man. You're like, I'm not singling out America, but what you forget is other countries, it's not secretive. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In other countries, the way they do business, everybody knows and nobody gives a shit. In the Middle East, you pay bribes. Everybody knows that. They don't even call them bribes. It's called the cost of doing business. People get all fucking racist and bigoted towards the Middle East, but those motherfuckers get shit done. The problem is, the problem is you start with this big, ridiculous statement. And you're like, what was your statement? You don't think there's money being funneled into dark programs and then anything public is getting pennies on the dollar? No, I don't think that, and that's your original statement. I believe the Department of Defense gets X amount of dollars from Congress. I think Congress knows that in order for... Yeah, you think that, I know. I read exactly what you said. It's not like the budget, it's not like the Department of Defense gets more money than the budget allows. Congress knows this. Congress says, we want you to deal with some problems. Here's a brick of money. A lot of it, it's like this. When certain senators or certain congressmen say, well, I'd like to know where the Department of Defense money is going. Are you on the Oversight Committee? No, then it's not your job to know. The members of the Oversight Committee know where the money's going. You gotta not have these big fucking top-level statements that don't boil down. A better way to say that is, why is the Department of Defense allowed to piss away so much money that could go back to the public? That's a great question. Why is the Department of Defense budgeting done so that if I have $100 million this year, there is no incentive for me to only spend 95, because the way the Department of Defense does its budgeting is if I have a $100 million budget this year and I spend 95, I should get an award for being 5% effective. The problem is, if I only spend 95, next year you're only going to give me 95. Yeah, there's no conspiracy behind it. Never, ever, ever credit to conspiracy what can be explained by idiocy or, incompetence. There's no giant conspiracy. Why when a general needs to get from point A to point B, why is a general allowed to incur the cost of $200,000 to jump on a military aircraft to go from, say, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to Andrews Air Force Base? You think it's idiots all the way up? I think a lot of it is idiots all the way up, and I think a lot of it is laziness. I live 5 miles from Scott Air Force Base, and we have 5 blue and white jets here that move important people around. The only person important enough to have their own fucking jet is the president. Everybody else can fly fucking commercial. But that's not how we do it. Like I said, you got the commanding officer of Air Force Materiel Command has to get to the Pentagon, and instead of him flying his ass or driving his ass to the airport, he drives across the base, gets onto the flight line. He's a pilot, so he jumps in an airplane so he can maintain pilot credentialing hours, so he can fly from Wright-Pat Air Force Base to Andrews Air Force Base, and then a car comes, gets him, and takes him to the Pentagon. Well, okay, why the fuck do we have a pilot in charge of Air Force Material Command? Why do we have a guy who wasn't brought up as a logistician in charge of what is essentially the logistics command? Why do we have a MAGCOM called Air Force Material Command, and then inside of every other MAGCOM, we have independent supply chain operations wings? Why is there a SCOW on Scott Air Force Base if Scott Air Force Base is Air Mobility Command? Shouldn't the SCOW be a detachment of Air Force Material Command? That's the problem. We still, although we have a consolidated military, right? Yeah, why are we having someone that important maintain flight credentials like he's ever gonna fly shit? Jace, do you know that in order to be a commander of an airbase or an air wing, the regulations state you must be able to directly assume control of the mission. And that is only written that way because every time they've tried to strip senior leadership of their flight pay, they come up with reasons to keep it in there. Do you remember back in the day? You probably don't. Back in the day, we used to have a much better way to run the Air Force. Air Force is a little different than the Navy and the Army and the Marines because we're worried about the planes. Back in the day, we used to have this. We had over here, this is the flight line, and we had the airbase wing, right, which is the operations side, and this was run by an 06, who was usually a pilot. And then the rest of the airplane patch, right, was run by an 06, who was usually somebody out of the MSG, the Mission Support Group. Now, instead of having a guy who was brought up as civil engineering or communications or force support or logistics readiness running the base and letting the pilot run the flight line, now what we've done is we've said at all of our operational wings, we're going to have a pilot who's an 06 in charge of the whole base. Do you know how many times I had to fucking bite my tongue over the years trying to explain the simplest logistics shit to a pilot? Yeah, they just want the flight pay. We need more letters in the alphabet. I'm seeing the same few acronyms mean completely different things. Yeah. For example, I'll give you a great thing about the military. When you spell out an acronym in the military, right? LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron. MDOS, Medical and Dental Operation Group, right? MDSS, Medical Dental Support Squadron. BMET and Logistics. Aeromedical Staging Squadron, because you can't have people assigned to an ass. Probably a lot if it's the same as why you need your Ethernet cable plugged in. Yeah. My general experience with pilots might be great pilots, but typically idiots in real life. Right. Look, man, I am not going to tell a pilot how the fuck to do their job because I don't know how to jump in the cockpit and how to do their job. But by God, man, don't tell me how to fucking refuel the plane. Don't ask a stupid ass question about why we have the hot refueling pad all the way the fuck down at the end of the flight line and why you have to be refueled by truck or by pantograph. Look, dumb fuck, your plane has bombs on it. If one of those bombs falls off the plane and goes kablooey, I don't want it to go fucking kablooey on top of my hydrant system and blow up 14 million gallons of fuel. How do I feel about the Electronic Warfare Division? Which one? Because we have one in every branch of service. And then the Air Force spun ours off and created the Space Force. And then we still maintain secondary redundancies inside of the Air Force. Army. I don't know. What does the Electronic Warfare Division in the Army actually do? The United States Army's Electronic Warfare Division, Intelligence and Electronic Warfare Battalions integrated into division-level support to support a division's intelligence and targeting needs. These battalions are responsible for providing electronic warfare support through 3 divisions of electronic warfare: electronic attack, electronic protection, and electronic warfare support. The Army is increasing the number of EW platoons within brigades and integrating them into fire and intelligence warfighting squadrons. Or functions. I don't know. Sounds like we don't need them, because it seems like in the last 20 years, well, last 10 years, our lessons learned out of Afghanistan and Iraq is that the people that we're fighting don't have sophisticated technology. They literally have $10 worth of copper and they can fucking punch a hole in our MRAPs. For those of you that aren't familiar with this, an MRAP is a mine-resistant ambush vehicle. And they have armor plates on them. Yeah, our enemies like to do PSYOP. Our enemies recruit people to come to them and be converts. But no, over there, let me see if I can grab a picture of an MRAP. So this beautiful bastard of a vehicle, and I was down at, we'll use this one. No, we won't use that because that's the Cougar Cat 2. I don't like that one either. We'll use this one. I like this one. So this thing is supposed to keep you safe. This thing is supposed to, this is not supposed to get blown up by the enemy's common improvised explosive devices. So it's great, right? It's fucking amazing. You can buy them through GSA. Here's the problem. All that fucking plating was defeated by a $10 cannonball made out of copper. They heat a copper ball, they fire it, it hits, it punches through the armor, it bounces around and kills the 2 guys in the front. Why are we building $1 billion? Why are we building $1 billion technology to fight guys who are fighting with $20 weapons? Yeah, with drones being a big thing, I'll take all the drone jamming technology we can get our hands on. Absolutely. 100%. The problem is we need to decide who our enemies are and who our enemies aren't. Yeah, cardboard drones. They only have to be able to carry enough weight to blow up. They don't have, like, people are like, oh, well, drones are huge. No, unmanned aerial vehicles are huge. Yeah, they're insanely effective. That's the problem. I don't see the US military ever deploying in mass again. I don't see us ever sending a full battalion anywhere, because asymmetrical warfare says we're not going to fight like that anymore. Who are we going to fight? It was already fucked up in Iraq and Afghanistan. First of all, the average American military member, no offense to most of them, they can't, the way they're trained, they can't get over how to be culturally appropriate. The US Army doctrine, go into a village and take all their guns. You might as well have driven into the village and cut off all their nuts. Like, did you not do any of the fucking reading about this called Center of the World? When I got my commission as an LRO, I applied for Intel. And they told me I couldn't be Intel because I already knew too much about the Middle East. Guy I know, no, not 60% of the army isn't Mexican. 60%, oh, I won't say 60%, a disproportionate number of 11 Bravos are Mexican. Take the jobs you can get. But you have people that are like, no, you don't, you already understand that area of the world too well. We can't train you in intel. Yes, I'm absolutely saying they send you as Operation Human Shield. Why do we give an ASVAP? We give an ASVAP. Do you think the ASVAP couldn't be modified to allow people that scored lower into some of the schools? We create an ASVAP because we create a objective standard by which we sort people. Yeah, 11 Bravo, 11 Bang Bang, 11 Bullet Catcher. Like, is there any job in the U.S. Army that you can get where you score lower on the ASVAP? I mean, I used to say shit like when we were calling Jody's, because I went to a tri-service school, calling Jody's like, if you had scored better on the ASVAP, you'd be Air Force too. Like, the Air Force can be selective. We have security forces, but we don't have a ground infantry component. Hey man, this guy scored a 37 on the ASVAP. Send him to the Army recruiter. He can still get in. This guy spelled his name right. Send him to the Army recruiter, 11 Bravo. Look at the Marine Corps. Every Marine's a rifleman. It's not an 84 to be infantry. You need an 87 on the CO line of the ASVAP. You need an 87 on the CO line. There is no overall ASVAP score required anymore for infantry. Some people just want to get in the shit. Well, if they want to really get in the shit, they shouldn't have gone 11 Bravo, should they? They should have. And I don't know how you guys do it in the Army, but in the Air Force, the people who want to get into the shit during our first week of basic training, they come to us and they say, who likes to swim? It was fucking San Antonio and the fucking shit hot. I was like, I like to swim. I didn't know who likes to swim is code for who wants to try out for combat controller. I like to swim. Fuck. Don't want to do that job. No, thank you. Yeah, some people will score whatever and then become 11 Bravo. Because some people want to go 11 Bravo because then they want to go Ranger. They want to work themselves up. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. We need bullet catchers too. I don't even know what the new ASVAP score for the job I did enlisted is E70 M60. I don't even understand the new ASVAP. Yeah, it's changed. No, it's, and I'm gonna say this again. I love the military because the military can't do anything in a way that makes sense. They have to do everything in a way that doesn't make sense. Qualification area, GMAE. Well, why not just be accurate and make it easier and just make your ASVAP score game? General, administrative, mechanical, electrical. Now, you're like, but where's the CO line? We don't have that. We don't have that line because we don't need it. You need a G33 to be security forces. You need a general 33. It should be a preference scenario and then an infield test scenario. No, it shouldn't. I'll be right back and I'll tell you why. All right, so you should say, no, a 99 isn't impossible on the old one. On the old test, the 99 isn't impossible at all. On the new test, it's a little bit different. But remember, the ASVAB that Phelan and I took had a category called coding speed on it. Like, literally. How quickly can you take these numbers and make them alphabetical? How quickly can you take this and make them numerical? I don't even know if I have that shit. I might have that shit here. I might. I don't know if I do. I don't think I have my original ASVAB scores. Like, for example, I took... Do I have my AFOQT scores? I might have those. I don't think I have those either, though. I took my AFOQT right after 9/11. And then I applied for my commission. And the guy I had to interview with, he looked at my AFOQT scores, and he's like, your AFOQT scores suck. And I said, sir, mine are on the old scale. And he's like, wait, what? I said, yeah, mine are on the old scale. He's like, are you shitting me? I said, no, sir, mine are on the old scale. He's like, fuck, you're in. We keep making the test easier and easier. No, I don't have them. They gotta be in. I'll probably be in another one of my binders. You said that it should be a preference questionnaire and then an infield scenario. Why would I want to give people a preference questionnaire when the rest of their life is never going to be their preference? I think a lot of what's wrong with today's military is basic training wasn't hard enough for people. So that's true about any field you enter. Yeah, but if you let people think that their preference means shit, their preference doesn't mean shit. The reason why my career went nice and easy was my favorite phrase was needs of the Air Force. We need volunteers to go to Italy for 2 weeks. Every hand in the room shot up. Mine didn't. If I match the skill sets needed, they're going to tell me, hey, guess what? You're going to Italy for 2 weeks. So my boss came to me once and he said, you never raise your hand. So even if I was good at intel, I should have been loading mortars. Well, how would you ever be? Let me ask you this. How could you even be good at intel if you didn't score well enough on the ASVAB for them to indicate you would be teachable in Intel. See, the ASVAB is more than just... The ASVAB is like your IQ test. People get confused all the time. They think IQ determines how smart you are. And I always laugh when people talk about, my IQ is this. Congratulations. But it's not a mark of your intelligence, it's a mark of your teachability. Because people express intelligence differently. I guess that's my argument. Right. But the test has been designed to know if you can't score XYZ on the ASVAB, we're not going to be able to, yeah, but you clearly don't. That's why I'm trying to break it down. Because you think that the ASVAB isn't doing that. The ASVAB does that. When I walked into my recruiter's office after taking the ASVAB, he pulled it up and he's like, so your job preferences are, here's the whole book, go wait out in the lobby, let me talk to these other guys. Because we all came back at the same time. I just happened to be first in line. I walked in and he's like, the whole book, sit out in the lobby. The next guy came in and he was like, he pulled out the red one, he pulled out the blue one, he pulled out the green one. Because those guys could only go medical. Those guys, or medical admin. Those guys could only go something electrical. Those guys could only go something mechanical. Because they didn't score high enough to have the other half. He helped all those other guys pick their jobs. And he said, what are you taking? I said, I think I'm going to take biomedical. He's like, why? I said, well, because I'm going to be leaving a career. I'm going to be finishing teaching in May. I leave for basic training in June. And then based on this being a year tech school with basic training, with follow-on, that will give me enough time. I'm saying I think scenario teaching could be implemented sooner. Okay, you can't repair tanks. You're still in. Well, I don't know how the Army does it, but in the Air Force, if you fail out of your first tech school, if you qualify for anything else, and we need that something else, that's where you go. If we don't need anything else, no, I get it, but the problem is it's needs of the military. As far as I know, nobody ever gets put out of the Army because there's always, you failed out of tank mechanic, welcome to 11 Bravo. For the Air Force, we don't do that. They're like, you failed out of your tech school. Would you like to go security forces? No? Okay, we'll begin your separation paperwork. No, I get it, but the problem is, I will give you a great example about why you can't have what you want. My ex was MedLab. She did not want MedLab. She absolutely did not want to be MedLab. She had talked to an instructor, and the instructor said, you're a great airman, you're a great leader, you're a great role model. If you fail this test, I can see an opening in 4NO, aerospace medical technician. He said, I have it blocked. You're not doing well in MedLab. Just fail Friday's test. And when I call you in to talk to you, you just say, I'm not getting it, and I'll drop you and I'll put you against that slot. When you dropped out of DLI, I don't believe I ever even had a choice. At least I don't remember one. Right, and sometimes because you went to DLI, you cost them so much already, they're getting something out of you, right? They're getting something out of you. Needs of the Air Force. This is where you're going. I like the idea that you're going with. The problem is it doesn't work. Because if you know you don't like the job you're matched with, and you can just fail and then get a different job, well, the problem is then people will start failing all the time to get what they think they want. And that doesn't work. It does happen. We had a guy in basic training. They made a big deal of him. My very first morning in basic training, they were making fun of the kid. They introduced the kid and they were like, and here is airman, or here is trainee so-and-so who is starting basic training for the 6th time because this chuckle fuck can't get through his head. He has to graduate basic training. This guy had already lost his E3 stripe. He'd already lost his E2 stripe. And then he eventually, 2 classes after me, graduated and ended up as medical. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? He's like, I really wanted out of the military. I said, well, you're my problem now. And I'm going to tell you right now, the fastest way for you to get out of the military is do your 7-week Pop-Tart tech school. Get to your first duty station and ask for an entry-level separation. The sad part is when the kid found out there was a way for him to easily get out of the military at his next duty station, he was like a shit-hot whiz-bang airman. He fucked his whole career. And guess what? You could shoot yourself in the calf? No, you can't. You shoot yourself in the calf in the Air Force, you're gonna be in the military for at least a year. And then, when you get done with that, you're gonna be a guest of the Air Force at Leavenworth for 3 to 5. Yeah. In the Air Force, we charge people with Article 114 malingering. It's Article 114, right? Oh, Article 83. Oh. Yeah, Article 115 is a dishonorable discharge. Yeah, Article 83, malingering. Wait, what is... Oh, 114 is reckless and... Article 114 is dueling. 115 is malingering. We charge people with that shit all the time. Why? Because we have to. I think a lot of people that are in the military should have never been in the military. Yeah, it's the chair force, man. I'm sorry. People hate on the chair force. We are the chair force. We are the Air Force, the mighty, mighty chair force. We spend Thursdays on the golf course. We have every Friday off. Like, all the other branches of service, they'd be like, yeah, dude, we got ice cream in our fucking DFAC. Like, what the fuck? I don't fucking care. You making fun of me? Like, hey, if you had scored higher on the ASVAB, you'd be eating ice cream too. Used to piss them off, man. Like, but it's just good camaraderie. Like, the Army guys in my tri-service school, they had to do weekend infantry stuff with the rest of the guys that were on the base. Didn't do that shit. They'd come in Monday morning looking like they just been rode hard and put away wet. I'd be like, what's up with you, man? Didn't have a good weekend? Be like, no, man, we just got in from field exercises 6 hours ago. Exactly what Grumpy Old Man said. I signed on this dotted line. You were stupid enough to sign on that one. How much ice cream have I eaten since I got out, though? A fuck ton of ice cream. I have eaten my body weight at least 20 times in ice cream. And it's all the Air Force's fault. They put those fucking machines in. Now, will I say I wish that the military overall would level out? Yeah. Like, for example, I think it is grossly unfair that a member of the Air Force, based on how their work happens, it absolutely needs a better vetting process. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't like that a member of the Air Force can go to the Air Force, go to basic training, go to tech school, get to their first duty station, in less than 6 months, be a 5 level, and then they can start going to college at night using their TA, when that does not happen for the 90% plus of the other branches of service. How it works out better? I'll tell you how to make it work out better. You want to make the Department of Defense, or you want to make the military work out a lot better? I'll tell you how to do it. because I wrote a paper on it when I was an officer. Instead of us having Air Force basic training and Army basic training and Navy basic training and Marine Corps basic training, what we do is this. Everybody goes to the same 8-week introduction to the military. Congratulations. Welcome the fuck to the military. Total soldier training. Abso-fucking-lutely. Everybody goes to the same 8-week introductory training. From here, Air Force goes to tech school. Marines go to the rifleman course. Army goes to AIT, and Navy goes to whatever the fuck they call their school, right? If everybody went to the same 8-week introduction, you could lower the Marine standard just a little and bring the Air Force standard up a whole fucking lot, and everybody goes to the same 8 weeks. See, in the middle is where I'm saying you should get a chance to opt in and fail or succeed. No, unfortunately, by the time, here, this is what you have to remember. By the time you go from here to here, you're already a $250,000 investment. Yeah, 2 months. By the time you get out of that you're already they're $250,000 invested into you, because that's what it took to get you there, clothe you, house you, feed you, medically treat you, vet you. It's a very expensive process, because remember, all the people that give them a week to prove they're Rambo, no. Because that's what the service specific should be doing. Truthfully, what do the Navy SEALs say? Have you ever read like Jocko Willink or Leif Babin? The guy that shows up at Budsman, who's acting like Cock Diesel, is the guy that fails out of SEAL school. The guys that come in cocksure of themselves, they're the ones that don't graduate. I think everybody should go to a common school, because I would like to weed out all the non-hackers. If you can't make it, you can't make it. Go home. Yeah, I agree. So I went to OTS. And I turned 30. And this is important because in the Air Force, our PT brackets are based on age. I got to OTS. I was turning 30. I scored as a 30-year-old out of 56 people. I had the 8th highest PT score. Now, keep in mind, I'd already had 1 reconstructive surgery on my shoulder at that point. And there were 2/3 of the people did worse than a 30-year-old. And they were 22, 23 years old. Oddly enough, in the top 8, well, we'll say the top 10. Oh, you got me. 5 of the top 10 were prior E's. OTS to me, Officer Training School for the Air Force, was fucking summer camp. Okay, fine. I'll let the people see you. Damn. That what you wanted? Cat, she wanted baby. She wanted baby pats. So, but in my opinion, OTS was fucking summer camp. It was way easier than basic training. My opinion is that Air Force officers shouldn't do their basic training at Maxwell. It is absolutely my belief that all members of the United States Air Force should go to basic training at Lackland. It doesn't matter if you're going to the academy. You should not do your basic training at the USAF. You should do your basic training at Lackland, mixed in with regular people who are going to go be enlisted. And then from Lackland, you either go to enlisted tech school, you go to Maxwell, you go to the academy, or you go back to your college for ROTC. But I think Lackland should be the entry point for all United States Air Force members. I will even go so far as to say this. If you are a deployable civilian, basic training. Because if you're a deployable civilian with any authority over enlisted, you need to go through what they've been through. Because how can you lead them if you haven't walked a mile in their shoes? Our Department of Defense, our military is having a hard enough time filling all the billets because we have the millennial, I'm sorry, I don't want to, not the millennials, the neo-millennials, the Zoomers, and the very beginning of the end of the Zoomers, and I don't know if the beginning of the Alphas. Yeah, the beginning of the Alphas are old enough to be in the military now. They want to question everything. And I think questioning everything is great. However, yeah, everyone should get to see the jackalopes at Lackland. And catching it doesn't automatically make you E4. We have, like, for example, as you guys have heard me say in the past, I think that the police department in America, across the nation, needs to become more standardized. We have state police academy, we have local police academy, we have cities that have their own police academies. Why can some people walk out of the military, go to a 40-hour class and be a cop, and some people take 3 months? Yeah, we have the Gravy SEALs and MEAL Team 6. Fucking, that was an embarrassment too. Let me see if I can find one of these. Let me just say, right? Let me say this. What the fuck are those guys? Look at them fatties. I can understand if you were that fatty and you had body armor on, but look at them fatties. Goddamn, can you even pass a PT test? Like, that's like the third or fourth time we've shown off National Guard members. Like, again, my opinion, National Guard is great. National Guard is a great idea. Yeah, we're strictly forbidden from having a national police force, so instead we've created a national investigative agency and empowered them with police authority. Well, we're not strictly forbidden from having a national police force. We're strictly forbidden from using the military to do police actions. Yeah, I talk shit about bullet shields, but those dudes will block so many bullets. We have a national police force that only investigates federal crimes. It's called the FBI. We have that. But the FBI either has to be invited in by the local police force, or it has to be an interstate crime. They don't do shit, neither do the local police. I'm going to have to disagree with you because as a former DV advocate sitting in the courthouse every week, there were lots of people charged with crimes. The problem is we charge a lot of people with crimes. Have I lived in Portland? No. I haven't lived everywhere in the country. I also can say, though, you can't say they don't do shit. Okay, and? Go down to the Portland courthouse. No, the National Guard doesn't need to get involved. Because here's the thing. The National Guard cannot do any police actions unless the National Guard is called up by the governor. Once on Title 34 orders, well, I'm sorry, once pulled over from Title 34 orders to Title 10 orders, they can't do any police actions. A member of the National Guard can't detain anybody unless they attack a federal building. Posse Comitatus specifically states military members under the command of the president cannot do law enforcement. Which is exactly how it's supposed to be. Because the military and the police, the military is supposed to defend the country from enemies of the state. And the police are supposed to protect and serve. And when this guy becomes this guy, then the populace becomes the enemy of the state. Antifa is attacking federal buildings. That's interesting. You're 100% wrong. Because Antifa isn't even an organization. I hate to tell you something. You're Antifa. You are Antifa. You are anti-fascist. You joined the United States military. You spent time in the United States military as we fought fascists. All Antifa stands for is anti-fascist. Every military member has been anti-fascist. Every military member is Antifa. There is no Antifa organization. Antifa is an idea. Yes, everyone, even our military is Antifa. Except the problem right now is, oh yeah, because I'm not for fascism, I'm Antifa. This is an argument against a group of terrorists by saying it's definitionally opposed to. Yes, let me help you out, man. Antifa literally means anti-fascist. I'm Antifa. Grumpy Old Man is Antifa. You're Antifa. No, just because your mom says you're handsome doesn't make it so. Your argument is, you know what it means? You know what it means if you're not with me? Yeah, it means dealing in absolutes. The problem is every member of the military at one time was anti-fascist. You also happen to be anti-terrorist and anti-dictator. Let me help you out. There's only two sides of it. Either you're Antifa or you're a fascist. You're either anti-fascist or you're pro-fascist. If you're not in the good guys, you're in the bad guys. Not all the time, but when it comes to saying and pointing, Antifa is doing this, how do you know? There's no Antifa membership roll. It's one of those things. What is the I don't care? Is there really a category that exists that says I'm not against fascism and I'm not for fascism? Is there a neutral zone when it comes to fascism? I don't think there is. I think either you are for fascist policies or you're against fascist policies. You don't believe they... Dude, who's the they? Who is the they? There is no Antifa organization. Show me their website. Show me their leadership. Now, in contrast, Black Lives Matter. I don't have to spend a day in Portland, you fucking moron. Antifa isn't an organization, it's an idea. It's an idea. Now, Black Lives Matter, they're an organization. They have leadership. They have membership roles. The KKK has leadership, has membership roles. The NRA, leadership, memberships roles. The Christian Federation Against Abortion, leadership, membership roles. The Proud Boys, not Antifa. Okay, that's your first strike. I don't deal with bigotry and racism, so that's your first one. You're like, Antifa is burning down courthouses. No, they're not, because there's no Antifa organization. Antifa is something you say, like in the movie Angels and Demons, Dan Brown, where El Calamingo is like, Illuminatus, and they shoot him. Antifa is a great thing that you can point at people and say, they're Antifa. And guess what? I'll applaud them. If you are Antifa, I'll applaud you. I want everybody in the world to be against fascism. We're living in a fascist society. In fact, I've been begging everybody. I want everybody to read this, because this I believe is the only book Donald Trump has ever read, and instead of reading it as a warning, he read it as a fucking instruction manual. The thing is that who's even attacking courthouses? Donald Trump was showed a video from 2020 and he thought it was happening right now. There was one block of protests. I don't understand how being against fascism is a bad thing. It's not. Like calling people fascists to discredit them and dehumanize them, for sure not fascists. Calling somebody a fascist to discredit them and dehumanize them isn't fucking fascism. Don't use words you don't understand. A person not in a position of authority. No, it literally isn't. Let me help you out. It literally is not. That's not fascism. And not only, here, let me help you out, bang bang. Not only have I taken philosophy classes, I teach philosophical analysis. I am a college professor. Well, I used to be before I retired. I have multiple college degrees. Let me go even further, since you're the person who just told me to go take a class. Silencing, dehumanizing your opponent. Oh, did you mean that you just used a different word? Did you, hold on, let's break it down, because you can't make a text-based argument and nobody has ever called you out and called you stupid before. I have no problem doing it. Let's take something here and let's notice how you changed a very, very important word. A very important fucking word, right? Calling people fascists, silencing and dehumanizing your opponents. I'll add a word for you. Now you got fascism. When you are the party in power and you use that power to silence and dehumanize your political opponents, now you stumbled your blind ass into fascism. This up here is not fascism. The left can't be fascists. They're not in power right now. A key component of being a dictator and being a fascist requires you to have the fucking power. Okay? This is the thing you have to realize. No, it's not an ad hominem attack. I call stupid people stupid because they've demonstrated they're stupid. It's not an insult to say a dead man is dead. It's not an insult to say stupid people are stupid. I'm sorry, that's not an attack on you. That's not even the paradox that or the logical fallacism. Narcissism? No, it's not narcissism. Here's the problem. You told me to go take a philosophy class. I have an undergraduate degree in history. I have an undergraduate degree in poli-sci. I have a graduate degree in education. I have an undergraduate degree in electrical engineering. And I have 8... Wait, Limor? Hold on. Limor? Sure. I love fucking people like this. We'll do it this way. Degree received, Bachelor's of Arts on 5 of 00. History, poli-sci, history, history, poli-sci. Double major. Degree earned. Masters of Education. So what? Let me help you out, you dumb fuck. I have a total of 12 college degrees. I have 3 undergraduate, 1 graduate, and 8 associate's degrees. Because I'm a master teacher in everything I teach. The state of Illinois requires 15 college credit hours. What? You think it's a big deal because I have 8 associate's degrees? In the state of Illinois, we're required to have 15 college credit hours to be classified as a master teacher. If I had to go get the college credit hours, why would I not apply for the associate's degree? What, this dumb motherfucker think you do? Have you been to college? Do you understand how college works? You do understand that once you have a bachelor's degree, getting an associate's degree is 5 classes, right? He probably doesn't even have an associate's degree, so he doesn't know. But he tells me to take a philosophy class. Thank you for demonstrating a personal attack. By the way, if you would do any sort of research, fascism, oh, let's look, even the AI would help you. Fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic political ideology defined by a dictatorial leader. It's not a semester, you dumb fuck. Did you miss the point where I already have the other degrees? Like, what is wrong with you? No, we're gonna focus on you for a little bit. I'm not a socialist. I have socialistic ideas. By the way, it'll probably hurt you to read them, but the yellow column is mine. What? Yeah, we won't correct him. Yeah, that's also the thing. You literally told me to take 1 semester-long class because it would learn something, but I have like 8 years of college, and then that doesn't count. So what argument do you want to make? Like, you tell me to go take a class, and I can literally pull up the transcript to show I've taken said class, and then that's not good enough for you. I suggest it would introduce you to rational thinking. Well, considering that you're an 11 Bravo, and I'm a commissioned officer, somebody out there thought that I could think more rationally than you. That's not an ad hominem attack. Let me help you out. That's not appeal to authority either. You're a wonderful person that thinks that because you've... It's funny though. Hold on, I'm gonna back up. Why is it the only thing you... No, it's not both. You see, let me help you out. When I say you were this and I was this, I'm not... In order for it to be an appeal to authority, I have to say I'm right because I am and not give any other backup. No, it's not literally both. A personal attack is only a personal attack when I can't defeat your position. Me calling you a fucking moron. No, I'm not implying shit. I didn't imply it. I said, I'm not gaslighting you either. You don't know that word either. Write all these words down and go study them. An ad hominem attack is when I don't address your issue. No, I'm not. This is why you're the fucking moron in the conversation. You're the moron in the conversation because you think me calling you a moron is an attack on your position. I'm not attacking your position by calling you a moron. I'm saying you're a moron. No, it's only when you resort to personal attacks because I can't defeat your position. If I'm calling you a moron, that's not a personal attack on your position. It's a personal attack on you. You haven't put forward one argument that I can't defeat without personally attacking you. It's why I suggested you take one class on critical thinking. I have. And see, I'm going beyond. No, I'm not moving the goalpost either. That's what you're doing. Wolf Agar just said it to you. You are both a moron and wrong. You aren't wrong because you are a moron. Exactly. Now I understand why you're such a disgruntled piece of shit. You're an embarrassment to the army. You started off your conversation with the dumbest fucking statement. I worked through some of it with you. And there's a reason why you wanted the whole ASVAB system to change. Says the pencil pusher. Yeah, I made 6 figures a year to push pencils. Ooh. And? What, you think you're gonna hurt my feelings? Dude, I went to fucking schools and did the fucking Air Force presentation. I said the only thing I fly is a Pentium. You don't like capitalism? Dude, how could you be more wrong? I fucking love capitalism. I love me some capitalism. I had rental properties, businesses, restaurants, bars. I love the stock market. I'm up 300% this year. I love me fucking capitalism, son. People with money love capitalism. Bringing up money isn't a narcissistic thing. Sorry. You keep thinking attacks fall into these fallacies. They don't. They're just facts. You're so out of touch. You're right. I am out of touch with the stupid people in the world. I can't get down to your level. If you want, you need to get up here. Get the fuck up the fucking academic ladder. Get all the way up to the academic ladder for me. It's not my fault you can't get to my level. Yeah, money isn't narcissistic, it's materialistic. If he's going to insult me, could he at least use the right insults? That would be awesome. See, this is the problem with the fucking dumb section of society. Freedom of speech means even morons get it. We have to be tolerant and we have to listen and we don't judge. Fuck that. I ain't gonna listen to bullshit and not judge. I'm gonna judge you from the first dumb fuck thing that comes out of your mouth. I'm not mad. I'm mad that somehow you got through high school, got a GED or a high school diploma, made it through the army, and you're still this fucking dumb. That's why I said, you notice a while ago, I said I wish all the other branches of service could start sending their people to college. The problem is we got people like you that literally say we have Antifa attacking court buildings. What, did you have to Google that? Did that hurt your head? You learned it in your first year or what? Oh, he's got a Google now. College is humanities. So humanities 101? It's like, why is it people have to start being shorter when they have to be on the spot? Philosophy 101. Okay, and? Well, you don't, yeah, sure. Humanities credit, depending on the school you went to, 6 credit hours normally. They want you to take 1 of each, or that they allow you to double down. What about it? Are you going to get to a point here at some point? I haven't read the basics. That would be, hold on. Hold on, I haven't read the basics. That's right, I haven't. Oh. That basic enough for you? Or what? What about it? I'm very happy that you took a philosophy course and you took something like you believe that you're a member of the garden, right? I'm not your fucking bro. You mean I didn't take classes like, you know, nope. Never stumbled my ass into philosophy 150, philosophical analysis. Never stumbled my ass into that class. Fuck. Got a degree, took no philosophy. I don't know how that happened, guys. Sorry. Oh wait, where's the other one? Oh yeah. I don't know how guys, you have to forgive me. I don't know how I passed Philosophy 200 values without taking the basics. 150 focuses on intro. Yes, very good. Your reading skills are with you. Your reading skills are with you. It literally is in the title. It's philosophical analysis. Unfortunately, you would know this. It's not Philosophy 101, Introduction to Philosophy. It's Philosophy 150, Philosophical Analysis. I do. Okay, what would you like? Which part of him would you like to talk about? Epicureanism? What? Achieving a happy life through what? What is it again? Freedom from pain, freedom from fear, friendship and reason. What part of it? No, it's absolutely not hedonism. He wasn't a communist because you're trying to apply communism. I literally know nothing. You're trying to apply a 19th century definition of communism to a guy who existed before the birth of Christ. How does that work? Why lie about taking courses? I didn't lie about taking courses. Let me ask you, how the motherfuck did I become an officer without a college degree? Work that one through for me, Skippy. Every officer in the military has to have a college degree. Every commissioned officer. Warrant officers do not. Non-commissioned officers do not. Every commissioned officer must have a college degree. So how do I have that? You're allowed to have a degree and still pretend that you did more than you did. What exactly am I pretending about? What exactly do you believe I'm pretending about? I have 8 associate's degrees. I have a teaching certificate. In the state of Illinois, you have to have 15 credit hours to be considered a master teacher. If you knew anything, I have read them. Literally, dude, I literally said to you, I listed off the 4 parts of him. I asked you what you wanted to talk about. You tried to call him a communist when he existed like 2,100 years before that theory of communism. You said hedonism. He has a philosophy of absence of fear and absence of pain. Which part of him do you want to talk about? Clip through your fucking Cliff Notes version and get to something you want to discuss. It's like, holy fuck, son. I literally said, what are his 4 things? What is the purpose of life? Communal ideology. Communal ideology and communism aren't the same fucking thing, son. The 4 things. Achieving a happy life through reason, friendship, freedom from pain, freedom from fear. Ataraxia and aponia. You do understand there's a difference between state communism and living communally, right? Are you going to tell me that you believe the Amish? Yeah, I could be talking about Aristotle. Except Aristotle isn't happy life through freedom from fear or freedom from pain. Right? He didn't believe in private property. Right. That's not communism. Okay? You got to have a lot of things to be communist. And which communist are you talking about? Are you talking about Marxian communism that requires the path through socialism? Because you can't turn around and say, yeah, even modern communism has very different variations. But again, he believed in equal distribution of wealth. And what? No, those aren't. First of all, that's not his first idea. That might have been what you were taught. His first idea is the purpose of life is to attain a life of peace of mind or absence of pain. That's his first idea. Again, though, Fei Lin has asked you about 7 times now. Also, by the way, no, Epicurus did not advocate for an equal distribution of wealth. No, that's not moving the goalpost. I think you completely failed that class because he did not believe in an equal distribution of wealth. I believe, if I recall correctly, he said wealth is neither good nor bad, but the pursuit of wealth is what causes your life to be filled with anxiety, competition, and isn't he the guy? Because, I mean, forgive me, I know I don't look it. I'm 46 years old and I graduated college at 20. So it's been 26 fucking years since I've gone down this route. I usually teach ethics and values, but isn't he the guy that turned around and said, you're supposed to limit your desires and that you should seek self-sufficiency? Because you're trying to take an economic and political framework that you don't even understand, and you're trying to apply it to a guy that didn't even say the things you said he said. So what about that? What you got there? No, he literally did not say that. He himself. Holy motherfuck. Nope, that's not him. Self-sufficiency is the greatest of all wealth. This guy? Is this the guy you're talking about? Oh, sorry. Let me take this off. Is this the guy you're talking about? In the modern world, the pursuit of wealth is an important priority. Him? Yeah. Sorry. For many men, the acquisition of wealth does not end their troubles. It only changes them. Show me. In fact, you know what? Let's flip this back. Why don't you give me one citation? Give me one link to one thing that I can vet that backs up what you said. Here's the problem. See, this is the problem, folks. This is a person who is very disgruntled, who had a very shitty military career, that wants to run around and discredit everybody. Fei Lin has asked him no less than 4 times what his degree is in. He doesn't have a degree. He probably failed out of philosophy class because he doesn't get it. He wants to take something that's so niche inside of philosophy. Yeah, you can fail a 101. Lots of people do. Lots of people do. 101s are usually like 3 tests in attendance or 2 tests in a paper. But it's funny because guy's been asked 4 times what's his degree in, and he ignores it because the problem is he's having to either alt tab or go to the other screen to do any sort of Google search. And then when I tell him he's fucking wrong, he wants to double down. I can literally bring up what the guy talked about. The guy's like, he's a communist. Yeah, sharing excess wealth isn't the same as sharing all wealth. He's essentially saying take care of yourself, then be charitable with your community. Actually, what he's saying is don't pursue excess wealth, because pursuing excess wealth leads to anxiety and eventually corruption. Which, you know, you have to know what multiple philosophers talk about the same overarching thing because they're all students down the line, but they turn the one thing into their thing. But what just pisses me the fuck off about people, it's like you have to have 15 credit hours to be a master teacher in something. When you're a history major, you have 15 hours. When you're a civics teacher, you have 15 hours. So you literally just transfer your fucking transcripts back from your university to your community college. You take a couple extra classes because you need them for continuing developmental units anyway. CPDUs, continuing professional development units. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to spend every week going to a different lecture? Or do you just want to bang out 2 college classes? Like, the hard one was economics, because economics I didn't have any like crossover with. Educational psychology, adolescent psychology, introduction to psychology. Holy shit, if that ain't 3 of the 5 done already. So bang out 2 more psych classes, get an associate's degree in it, send it to the state board and say, hey, can I have my master's certification? It's like, holy fuck, maybe if that guy had had some master certified teachers, he wouldn't have been an 11 Bravo. Now, I like my community because my community goes and they read and they research. Philosophy are ideas akin to scientific hypotheses. It does no good to use it to prove a point. You're right. I don't think anybody would ever try to make a point that the Amish are communists. The Amish aren't communists. They live communally. Like, there is no such thing as a personal problem in the Amish community. You got work to do. Everybody comes and helps you, right? communism, yes, I understand that at the very ass end of the political spectrum, in communism, is the dissolution of the state. But as we all know, human beings aren't at a rationalizing level to be communist to the end state, because communism requires enforcement by the state. So you can't say I believe in communism, because communism is we're all here. The end state of communism is an impossibility, because if everybody is supposed to be equal, then who sits here to do the enforcement? The idea of communism is great, and I would love for communism to be a reality. The communist endgame will never be achieved because of how humans are. Communism, in the end, is three things: a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Problem is humanity. You're right. Which is why, whenever have you ever noticed when you see in like a movie, like, what's that movie? Rebel Moon. You see in the very beginning of Rebel Moon, the farm village, and they're all living communally. They're living communally. You can make living communally function at a small level. You can do it at a household level. You could do it at, Star Trek. But remember, here's the thing about Star Trek. Star Trek, no matter how hard they tried, if you read the Star Trek lore, they get an allotment of replicator credits based on their rank. That's not communism. That's capitalism. Captain Picard has more replicator credits than Data does. Data talks about it once in one episode, and you're like, well, there goes fucking utopia. What we have is we have people like that moron who don't understand capitalism in and of itself is neither good nor bad. Hey, Numbnuts, I can't approve your message because you used a word that Twitch doesn't like, but Numbnuts, I have 5 daughters and I have grandchildren. In order to have children, I know you've never been laid, I know you've never seen a vagina, but as a male, I have to take my anatomy and use it with my wife's anatomy, and that's how we produce children. Besides the fact, what sort of insult is it that your double-digit IQ got to, that the best insult you could come up with is I'm a virgin? Let's be honest. As an officer in the military, I could have bought a trophy wife. Like, I could have bought somebody to fuck me. Now, since you clear, it's not even room temp, man. Here's the problem. We all know this. He was 11 Bravo, which means his IQ is below his shoe size or his boot size. Like, serious to fuck, man. The best thing he can come back with is that, oh, you're a virgin. Oh, no. Well, you could use an anatomy. No. You took that. Okay, you took that way past the sensible line and you didn't roll it back. But no, I don't mind. And then 6 foot, you said the same word. Twitch catches it. Some people choose to be abstinent unless they're procreating. Some religions don't allow them to have sex unless they're working on children. Once she has a hysterectomy, or he has, well, once she has a hysterectomy due to cancer, there's no more sex in their marriage in some religions. Some devout sects of Christianity only have sex to procreate. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't subscribe to that shit, but there's nothing wrong for the people that do. There are some faiths that once they know the spouse is with child, there can't be any more sexual contact. As a Catholic, I have to have relations only for children or at least open to them. That's not true as a Catholic. As a Catholic, you can only have relations inside of marriage. But Catholicism doesn't follow the hysterectomy thing. Now, certain sects of Catholicism, yes. Certain pillars in Catholicism, yes. Catholics overall may enjoy sex. I'll show you where it is. Give me 1 second. Definitely not something that was queued up for today. So you're reading it as what you say is, because you use the exact phrase which I immediately picked up on, or at least open to them. You're reading it as you can't have sex, and this is a perfectly valid way to read it, but you shouldn't be having sex with artificial birth control. So when you say sexual intercourse between spouses should remain open to the possibility of life, not artificially closed from it, you are absolutely correct, Lou, in that a married couple is not supposed to be using artificial birth control if they're both Catholics. If a Catholic, well, let me back that up a second. Let me foot stomp something. A Catholic is only supposed to marry a Catholic. With that said, and they've kind of loosened that a little bit, but that's at the local parish. But when I was young and I was going to get married, I was a Catholic. She was non-practicing Christian, and we went to meet the pastor, sat down, talked, then I left, he talked to her, she left, he talked to me. No, that's not true, Lou. That is not the reading. That is not the intent. It does not say that you cannot have sex if there's no chance of children. That's not what it says. What it says is you can't have sex and block children. You can't have sex and wear a condom. You can't have sex and her be on birth control. It literally says in that document, and I want you to go back and look at the document. The document affirms sexual relations between husband and wife are noble and worthy, even when circumstances naturally make procreation unlikely if a couple is infertile. It doesn't say you can't enjoy your spouse. It says you can't take steps that interfere with a child. The Catholic teachings are absolutely that, because otherwise what you're saying is once a woman goes through menopause, she can never have sexual relations ever again. That's not the teaching. That's not the intention. The intention is, by Catholic, hysterectomy isn't necessarily natural. Yes, it is. A hysterectomy is absolutely natural. You find... Okay, Luke was a fucking doctor, okay? Let me stop you. Don't come in here and play the fucking try to stump a chump with a Catholic. Nowhere in Catholicism does it say you can't have a hysterectomy. There are other faiths that say you can't. There are literally other faiths that say you can't have parts of your body removed. Or if you have to have them removed, right, you have to keep them in a jar and they have to be buried with you. If you want to interpret that You interpret it any way you want. I'm telling you, your interpretation is wrong. But if you want to live a life of abstinence, that's not wrong. You, as a person, can choose abstinence. But you can't say to other Catholics, you can't have sex as a noble and worthy expression of love. What you can't do is that you can't wear a condom after you're married. No, it doesn't say that you can't have one, but would it not be reasonable to assume that's an artificial barrier? No, because you can't have a hysterectomy as a form of birth control. Doctors won't perform that surgery because a hysterectomy is more invasive than necessary. Now, if you have not had children, if you want to get into like the religious debate, if you have not had children and you choose to have a vasectomy or you choose to have your tubes tied, that would be something an individual would have to sit down and talk to their pastor. So where in nature is the uterus removed without man? It doesn't matter if man removes it. It's natural when a woman has ovarian cancer and they decide to perform an entire hysterectomy because the testing results show that that entire area is vulnerable to cancer. When people say it was done by man, Luke was a doctor. There's nothing in Catholicism that prevents you from having medical procedures. So, again, you're taking an my archdiocese reports directly to Holy See. Okay, let me stop. You're 100% wrong. You don't know enough about Catholicism. Every archdiocese reports directly to the Holy See. Let me help you out with some. Do you have monks at your archdiocese? Are they Franciscan? Are they Dominican? Are they Jesuit? Those are 3 sects. The Opus Dei is another sect to Catholicism. That doesn't make them any more or less Catholic. So you don't even understand how the word sect applies. So I'm going to tell you, as one Catholic to another, stop being evangelical and start all the way over from the beginning and relearn your shit, because you don't know it well enough to say stuff like this document says this, you can't do this, because you're wrong. And the Pope has never taught married couples may only have sex for children. He taught that the sex act must remain open to the procreation of life. But if you have somebody who's infertile, that doesn't mean they can't consummate their marriage. That doesn't mean that they can't engage with in loving acts with their spouse. What it means is you've got a young married couple, right? Let's just map this out. You've got a pair of 22-year-olds, right? And they love each other. And they want to get married. Well, according to Catholicism, no, I'm not strawmanning you. I'm going to help you out. This is what you said. I don't strawman people. Open to life includes infertility. No, it doesn't. Let me fucking stop you. No, the fuck it doesn't. What you said was this. And I don't get why people are like, I didn't say that, when they know damn well it's fucking recorded. This is what you said, right? As a Catholic, I have to have relations only for children, or at least open to them. That's what you said. No, I'm fucking going through the goddamn document. Okay? This is what pisses me off about people. I didn't say that. That's what you said. That's a cut and paste of what you said. As a Catholic, I have to have relations only for children, or at least open to them. Which means, no, somebody who's naturally infertile is not open to life. You can't make that argument in any sincerity. If you know you're infertile, your balls were blown off. You broke your balls as a teenager. You don't have balls. You have marbles. You're infertile. There is zero chance of life. By that statement you made, that young man can never have sex because that young man is infertile. Your statement was that. Only for children, or at least open to them. He knows he can't have children. His hardware was damaged when he was a boy. And by the way, I do know a boy was jumping a fence, fucking caught his fucking sack on a barbed wired fence. Sack fell open, testicular torsion. Both his nuts had to be amputated. He's got 2 glass marbles in there, right? By your statement, that man could never marry because he could never consummate his marriage, because he could never have sex, because he knows children aren't a possibility. He produces ejaculate, he doesn't produce sperm. This is where you have to be very precise. A young couple, 22 years old, they get married. They don't want kids yet. By church doctrine, they either have to consummate their marriage once and hope that they don't get pregnant, or not marry but not have sex because Catholics aren't allowed to use birth control. If you want to go above and beyond that, you as a person can set whatever rules you want for yourself. But those rules have nothing to do with you being a Catholic. Those rules have to do with you wanting to do X. This is why we have to be careful, because you get people running around saying, as a Catholic, I can't, like, for me, as a Catholic, pre-Vatican II, I'm not allowed to have meat on Wednesdays or Fridays. Did it have anything to do with meat? No. It had to do with the availability of school fucking lunches. When you say the possibility of life, the next, where people who break it down say birth control is one, the intent to block procreation is one. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, it's hilariously funny, but there's the girls who sing the song, I take it in the ass for Jesus. Well, they're probably going to hell, but they bring up a very good point. I'm not having the type of sex that could result. Yeah, it's the poop hole loophole. It's a terrible fucking phrase, but it is what it is. Now, are we going all the way back to where Catholics aren't supposed to enjoy sex? That's a different set of teachings, right? Now, if you, like, of course, you as a person can choose to remain abstinent. You as a person can deliberately plan. Like, what they're saying is you shouldn't be looking at the fertility clock and saying, we can't have sex this week because that's when I'm my most fertile. That's when St. Peter behind the podium is going to say, sinner, go to hell. Because you're using an artificial count. If you're married, you're supposed to have sex and apparently as a Catholic not enjoy it, but whatever. Or, you know, if you're George Orwell, you're supposed to have sex for the glory of the fucking party. But we got to be careful when we say as a Catholic. No, as you as a Catholic. So do you have to stop at 44? That's a sad second half. Yeah, right? Exactly. When they wrote all the rules, they said, so actually the answer is in CCC 1654, but also the count is still endorsed by churches. Okay. Let's see if we go strike two, a swing and a miss. Yeah, look up soaking in relation to Mormons getting around the rule. Let's look this up. So, okay, yes, spouses to whom God has not granted children can nevertheless have conjugal life full of meaning in both human and Christian terms. The marriage can radiate a fruitfulness of charity, of hospitality, and of sacrifice. So, there's no sin, period. What are you talking about? I want you to recognize something. You literally just made my argument for me. I'm glad that stopping by here today led you to the promised land of actually understanding. But this literally goes against what you previously said. This is to talk about not having a child doesn't invalidate your marriage. And it literally talks about the human and spiritual value of the act of procreation. Like, it literally says, nevertheless, can have a conjugal life full of meaning in both human and Christian terms. Meaning, get your fuck on. Just don't wear a condom or take birth control. I thought this was clear what I had said. No, because what you had said was, again, you have to be careful with things you say, because you said this. As a Catholic, I have to have relations only for children, or at least open to them. When you say that statement, as my issue is hysterectomy, which is intentionally using sterilization. No, you can't have a fucking hysterectomy for a sterilization. For God's sake, man, go look up what a fucking hysterectomy is for. You don't have a hysterectomy for sterilization. Now, you do on the Native American reservations when you get an abortion back in like the 70s and the 80s. Phelan, your people were fucking terrible. Wasn't your fault. It was actually the government. You have your tubes tied. You only generally have a hysterectomy for cancer. You have ovarian cancer. Do you have cancer? Do you have uterine cancer? Or do you have all the markers that they say, you know what, while we're in there, we're going to take all the plumbing? Nobody goes and has... A woman can't decide. Now, again, it's another one of the things. I'm against women not being able to make decisions for their body. I'm not in America. What does it matter? What country are you from that women are having hysterectomies as forms of birth control? I would like to know what country that is. Polycystic ovarian syndrome, where you're talking about cysts on the ovaries. Generally, that is not the big C. It can be, of course. Anything can be the big C. But PCOS is cysts on the ovaries that rupture. We're gonna change your name from Grumpy Old Man to Dirty Old Man. I'm gonna look this up because apparently I can't. Apparently it takes a long time to type a country name. Holy shit. Well, holy fuck, guys. I'd like to thank Lou for stopping by today, because I did not think that I was gonna find any countries in the Western world that did this shit. And two of them, Israel and Italy, permit hysterectomies for voluntary contraceptive sterilization. I gotta dig down to the bottom of the rabbit hole on this one. Holy fuck. I'm digging. Okay. It looks like no. No, it's not legal. It on a Google search it shows up as legal, but digging into it, they're legal. In Italy, a hysterectomy is commonly performed for medical reasons: fibroids, cancer, heavy bleeding. I'm looking up the laws in both countries right now, because I'd be shocked that it'd be allowed in Italy right next to the yeah, you can have a Wolfgar, you can have a hysterectomy or you can have tube tied. Holy. Hold on. Okay, in Italy, the explicit fascist era ban. I love the fucking Italians, man. I love the Italians. Anytime they want to reference a specific period of their history, they call it the fascist era. In 1978, in Italy, the courts recognized voluntary sterilization with informed consent as lawful medical treatment. A well-cited summary notes a physician prosecuted in the 1980s was cleared as jurisprudence evolved post-1978. Law 194 deals with abortion and family planning services, which, by the way, if for those of you that don't know this, Catholics who have an abortion die with a cardinal sin on their soul. Catholics who have an abortion have committed murder. So you need to go to confession. Civil Code Article 5 restricts acts that permanently diminish the body integrity. Hysterectomy is treated as a major surgery requiring therapeutic justification, not routine. Okay, so in Italy, you can no longer have a hysterectomy for simply birth control. There's a process, which is good. In Israel, Patients' Right Law in 1996 requires informed consent. For Jewish women, they need rabbinic sign-off. Israel permits sterilization with informed consent under the Patients' Rights Law. Policy and religious law interfaces can add hurdles, but again, hysterectomy contraception alone is not standard or endorsed pathway. Tubal ligation is the usual route. Now, let's look up fucking war crime capital of the world. That would be Canada. There is no law that explicitly allows for elective hysterectomy purely for sterilization. A mother sought a court's permission to have her intellectually disabled daughter sterilized. The Supreme Court held that non-therapeutic sterilization without a person's informed consent cannot be authorized by a proxy. Reports have coerced or non-consensual sterilization of indigenous women. You can't ever read when we abuse indigenous people. I mean, they've been through enough. Fuck's sake. Sterilization procedures are permitted when informed consent is given. Wolfagar, your homework assignment is it says that hysterectomy itself is a major surgery justified for medical reasons, not typically done just for sterilization. So it looks like you are correct that it can happen, but it cannot happen just for sterilization. There has to be some other reason. It looks like there has to be some other medical reason. Now, tubal ligation can be performed with informed consent and when medically appropriate. I don't know how medically appropriate. I don't know how that procedure could ever be non-medically appropriate. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like the hysterectomy itself still has to be justification. Yeah, it's probably something like your wife was just straight offered a hysterectomy with her C-section. Wow. Okay, folks. In other words, I'm not moving to fucking Canada. 2-for-1 special. That's interesting. I would love to say I'm gonna dig into that more, but every time I dig into something that involves Canada, I either end up at Tim Hortons or I find more war crimes. Anyway, I'd like to thank everybody. It's always an interesting show. It's always an interesting show when we get people like Lou that come in who now gave me a bunch of things I need to look up. Also, I always like when somebody says I didn't fully understand the law. Always great, because then if they do their job, they go in, look up more. I like people like that. I do not like the people like the 11 Bravo who showed up, who was like, you don't know this rare obscure thing that I learned in class when I failed out of my degree that you haven't studied for 29 or 27 years. It's like, look, dude, there's a fucking lot of philosophers. There's a lot of philosophers. I also we're gonna cover something real quick because we have to start changing this. We have to change. No, you're great. You're Lou, you're perfect. You're awesome. You're amazing. I love when people like you stop by. I love when people like you stop by. You're great. You're amazing. I want to remind people of a couple of things. Look, bitch, I'm a male. I don't drink pumpkin spice anything. Okay, I'm gonna cover real quick. When somebody makes an ad hominem attack, a personal attack, right? If they do this and it's true about you, that's okay. If they do it and it's false, that's wrong. If they do it because they can't beat your argument, then what happens is you won the argument. We've got to stop. We've got to stop with the whoa, Robert. Abstinence is 99.999999999% effective. So, when you make a personal attack on someone, if you're telling the truth about them, it's yeah, I can't bring yours up because it's scrolled away. But this isn't a personal attack in lieu of making the argument. It's a personal attack in conjunction with making the argument. It's like Mary is hot. fuck, she's also stupid. Well, I'm agreeing with you. She's hot. Well, fuck, she's stupid. That's not a personal attack. No, I am an American. It's fine. It's not, and again, that's not a personal attack. Calling me an American isn't a personal attack. I'm not talking about you, Lou. I'm talking about somebody who was on the show before you. Second of all, I think people need to get educated on this appeal to authority, logical fallacy, right? If your education level is down here and the other person's education level is up here, right? If the person says, I'm educated at this level, word vomit, here's 500 words, right? Yeah, I can, but it's what I have on this left-hand screen, Salty. I can't scroll up easily because I have to keep 3 monitors. I have to keep 3 widgets, a certain size. So when I click on it, I'm working on a box that's this big. If I need to find somebody said later in the show, I actually can go to Nightbot, because Nightbot logs my entire show. The thing about appeal to authority, it's only the appeal to authority logical fallacy when I say I'm right because I'm here. Like, for example, if a doctor, if I'm administering CPR and a person walks up to me and says, you're doing that wrong, I'm going to be like, nah, I'm pretty sure I'm fucking right. Because the number of times I've taken CPR is probably no less than 50. Because I had to take it every year in the military. I had to take it every year as a CPR instructor. So that right there is 30 times I've taken CPR. Now, if a person walks up to me and says, you're doing that wrong, I said, no, I think I'm doing it right. And they say, I'm a doctor. Fuck, what am I doing wrong? Why? Because in that situation, their subject matter, expertise is, you win. You are the authority. Do I prefer staying alive or another one bites the dust? I don't like either, because then I feel like I need to break into dance. But if I have to do something in my head, it's staying alive. But yeah, recent example, Dr. Oz supporting Tylenol equals more autism. Okay. Of course, Tylenol is going to increase the frequency of autism because it's correlation, not causation, right? The only thing women can take during pregnancy is Tylenol. So, pregnant woman, birth of child, autistic. Did she take Tylenol? Yes. Pregnant woman, birth of child, not autistic. Did she take Tylenol? Yes. Tylenol doesn't cause autism. Pregnant woman, birth of child, not autistic. Or, I'm sorry, autistic. Took Tylenol. No. Tylenol doesn't impact here. Pregnant woman, birth of child, not autistic. No. If all 4 of those things can be documented even one time, Tylenol doesn't cause autism. Yeah, the leading cause of autistic children is sex, therefore sex should be removed. Unfortunately, here's the problem. You are absolutely correct. The only cause for autistic children is sex. Ban the sex. No, thank you. No, thank you. I happen to enjoy my sex. Yeah, turkey basters. And then we'll have RF Kennedy Jr. saying turkey basters are the cause of fucking are the cause of autism. Tylenol causes an increase in autism. This is because acetaminophen reduces fevers, causing dangerous fevers that would normally kill the child or the mother to survive, thus increasing the overall population. With a larger population, more people will be born autistic. This is not a percentile. Yes! Thank you. Thank you. It's less than half of a percentage point. Also, why do we have more autistic people showing up? And as a neurodivergent individual, what I'm going to say is this. I never got a fucking memo. I never got a fucking postcard. I never signed off on autistics being able to self-diagnose. In my opinion, there is a fucking huge problem with educational diagnoses and DSM-5 ICD-11 diagnoses. I have met a lot of people that say I'm autistic. And I say, oh, really? They rattle off a bunch of shit. I say, you are neurodivergent. You are not autistic. You're ADHD. I want to remind people, autism is a terrible fucking condition. Oh yeah, not only did I get Tylenol, my mom was on quinine when she was pregnant with me. That's why I have the nerve disorder. There are doctors, there's a pill for every ill. Here's the problem. Autism presents as ADHD, ADHD presents as autism. Autism presents as being a sociopath. Being a sociopath can be misdiagnosed as autistic. General anxiety disorder in children can appear as autism. Autism can appear as general anxiety disorder. You don't have to apologize. You're good. You're good. I got Tylenol. Here's the thing, man. I'm like 6 foot. I didn't get diagnosed as autistic until I was 40. I was already out of the military. In the military literally said he has antisocial personality disorder. We don't give a shit. He's really good at what he does. He doesn't make friends. And they came to me one day and they're like, do you have any friends? And I was like, yeah, you're in the room with 2 of them. There were 2 of my friends there. They're like, are you really his friend? Yeah. They walked away. They're like, fuck it. Wasn't until I met a doctor that says, you have what would be called Asperger's syndrome, but we don't use that anymore. I said, I'm going to use it because I'm not afraid of Nazis. We've got too many people saying they're autistic. Isn't that called being a dick? Yeah, it's called being a dick. It's called, I'm here to get a job done. I'm not here to make friends. Like, I might offend some people with this. I don't have female friends. I have females that I've seen their tits, or I have females that I haven't seen their tits yet. You can tell it's a goal. It's like, I don't know the statistic, but is it a fact that there are more autistic children born today compared to 50 years ago? Yes, there are more autistic children born today than there are 50 years ago. Because of something RFK Jr. said. He said, Cuba has the lowest use of acetaminophen in pregnancies. They also have the lowest rate of autism. Yeah, guess what, dickhead? They also have the lowest amount of diagnostic criteria in schools. Yeah. You all know, okay. I'm going to say this. When you all went to school, you knew that person that you voted most likely to bring a gun to school. All right? You all knew that person. That person was probably autistic. Autistics back in the 80s, the 90s, they were labeled as weird. A lot of autistics ended up in special education classes because they experience sensory overload, so they have bad behavior. We're finding now that if you allow autistic children to put headphones on, so while the teacher is talking, they hear the teacher, and when the teacher's not talking, all they do is they press a button on their phone and it either plays music or it plays white noise. Autistics love white noise. Autistics love box fans. Autistics love fans on the floor that just generate a sound. Don't fuck with their fan though. Autistics will find the speed that they like. They'll find the position they like. It makes the sound in the room the way they like, and that's it. They love it. They're not bad kids. They're not bad students. They just really can't, they can't handle people. I'll give you another example. Why do a lot of kids not get diagnosed with autism until 6th, 7th, 8th grade? When I say this, a lot of light bulbs go on for parents. A lot of autistic kids don't get diagnosed till 6th, 7th, 8th grade when all of their classmates start to go through puberty and they all fucking stink. You have a hot classroom with the door closed. There's not enough airflow, and you've got the ripe smell of 30 students. That autistic child hasn't encountered that before. A lot of these kids go through puberty over the summer. They don't learn what deodorant is. Yeah, they don't realize they're doing it, but they teach them the mask. Now, unfortunately, autistics need to learn how to mask. They need to learn how to mask, not mask automatically. They have to know when they have to take the deep breath, put the mask on, go into the DMV. Be normal. Take the mask off when they get to their car. It's a skill they have to have. Would advancements in medicine and science allow us to pick up on more subtle levels of autism that might not have been considered autism long ago? That's a great question. That's an amazing question. And it's not really medicine and science. What's really helping diagnose more students with autism is awareness. It does skew the statistic. We, of course, are going to have more autistic people, as being autistic is okay. I was just a weird kid until PTSD and ADD. That's when the teacher told the class I was seen as the sad kid, which pissed me off. Yeah, exactly. It's like, not too long ago, there was only 0.7% of the American population was transgender. And now I don't know exactly where the 1 point is, but now the last I checked, it was 1.3. And there's a lot of, there's a whole lot of people that are freaking out because autism is, gender dysphoria. They're like, gender dysphoria is becoming more and more mainstream. No, it's not becoming more and more mainstream. It's people are able to come out as transgender. The process for going through the surgery has become easier. Yeah, with more awareness comes more recognition. Like, for example, not every person who's a cross-dresser is transgender. There are some people who are cross-dressers because, for whatever reason, that's their thing. For some people, it's just their kink, and we don't shame kinks. For some people, it's a psychological disorder. For some people, it's gender dysphoria. They're not cross-dressing. They're dressing in their gender identity. Now, why is it, and I'll say this, I'll go long today. Why is it when you're a little girl, because I have all girls and I was raised around predominantly girls. I have 4 female cousins. I have no local male cousins. When I was growing up, all of my cousins, not all of them, the two younger cousins, went through their tomboy phase. Why is it that a little girl goes through a tomboy phase and the parents don't freak out? But if a little boy tries to wear a dress or a skirt, you might as well have just, you know, pissed in the chili, because holy shit. Well, you know, not every girl who goes through a tomboy phase is transgender. Some people learn by looking at the other side of the coin. When I was growing up, skinny dipping was still a fairly common thing. When I was growing up, skinny dipping happened all the time. But every summer, there were less and less girls in our hangout group. The reason why is the moms pulled them aside and said, hey, you're starting to grow hair, you're starting to grow boobs. You can't hang out with them and go and be roughhousing and traipsing through the woods and skinny dipping in the creek. You can't do that no more. And then pretty soon, our group had no girls left in it, and I didn't really feel like swimming in a sausage fest. So I started hanging out back at my house where we had a pool. And then girls started showing up in bikinis, and that was kind of cool too. But you got a girl sausage soup, that's right. I agree that as more people are aware and accept, the rate goes up, but I also think there's small edge cases of people with general identity issues latching on the current social justice thing. But that doesn't mean we should assume anyone is lying. It's just that we have issues in society. I think of people not have identities outright. I agree with you. I think it would be great if everybody would listen and not judge. Like, lesbian daughter, bisexual daughter, gender neutral child, still in, it's Crusader Kings 3. They're still non-sexual. They don't have an assigned one yet. My kids, one of my daughters was like all upset one night. We sit down, we're at dinner, and she's like, I have something to tell you guys. Okay, what do you have to tell us? Pass the cornbread. I'm gay. That's amazing, sweetie. We've known that for 5 years. Pass the fucking cornbread. And she's like, I thought you guys would be mad. Mad about what? And pass the fucking cornbread. Well, I just thought, okay, look, if I don't get a piece of motherfucking cornbread, then I am gonna get mad. Pass me the fucking cornbread and we can keep talking about your sexual identity, right? Pass the fucking cornbread. My kids know they can come and tell me, anything. My kids can tell me anything. My kids have been taught, come tell me anything. Don't lie to me. Dad, I just killed somebody. Fuck. Stop moving around the house. I'm gonna bring you clothes and a trash bag. All the clothes, including the shoes, in the trash bag, right to the shower. Don't touch nothing. Where's the body? No, we're not discussing this. I have way more experience in this than you do. Where's the fucking body, right? Like, yeah, get the bleach out. Did you spray it down with ammonia before you ran here? Shit. All right. You get in the shower. I'm getting the carpet. Yeah, exactly. Listen, man, I'm really happy for you that you're gay and all, but I asked you what flavor of ice cream you wanted. Right. Like, my kids know, don't lie to me. Now, the best part about having multiple kids, right? Having multiple kids, they do the teach down thing. But they also do the teach up thing. My 20-year-old is currently going through some shit, and she's teaching up the food chain, which is good because I keep saying to the older kids, hey, guess what? What she did, don't do that either. Like, my daughter, she was pregnant. She got upset one night. She called me, and I couldn't make out what she was saying. And I was like, I can't understand you, so I'm going to ask one question. Did he hit you? Press any button once for yes, and 2 for no. And it was beep, beep. Okay, no. Now I can bring my pulse down by about 75 points. Because if he hit you, you're 14 hours away. I'll be there in 10. Like, as long as he didn't hit you, we can work through most other things. And they worked it out. They worked through it, which I'm very proud of them that they worked through it. But now all the other kids have gotten that lesson. Yeah, Cannonball Speed ain't got nothing on the wrath of me. Like, one son-in-law was like, well, I carry a gun. Okay. And what? And what exactly? You carry a gun. Son, if you touch my daughter, you're not even gonna hear the one that gets you. Right? It's like, my daughters always get mad. They tell me, like, you gotta talk to their boyfriend, right? Gotta talk to him. Right? Your daughter says, what have you done? I just said talk to him. I did it first. Now shut the fuck up and run. like, kids are great. Takes a couple seconds until you hit my head before I die of blood loss. That's more than enough for me to get you 20 times back. No way, man. I know my son-in-law carries a gun. Well, my old son-in-law did. I know my old son-in-law carries a gun. I ain't fucking walking up to him. It's when all her uncles and shit, like, hey, who's got the long range rifle? Who's got a 50 cal sniper? Who's got something? Shoot this son of a bitch from 8 blocks away. It's a 50 cal. Just hit him in center mass. Why do they tell you to shoot center mass with a 50 cal sniper rifle? You fucking blow a hole in him this goddamn big. It ain't gonna matter. Yeah, I help my kids all the time. Like right now, my kid and her boyfriend, yeah, because it explodes them, couldn't even find an apartment. I got them in an apartment. I found out it's going to be hopefully before the end of the month. I'm really not looking forward to having my 20-year-old move back in the house even for a couple of days. But if she has to, she has to. It is what it is. He carries a gun. I can hit a beer bottle from 300 meters with a 2020 when a 22-250. Yeah, fuck. That's not me. That's my friends or my wife. Like, my wife has all the fucking, she has all the cool marksman ribbons on her dress uniform. My wife showed up at her, my wife has as many, okay, so my wife has as many decorations on her uniform as I do. She was only an E4. And I was an E6 then an 03. We have the same number of ribbons. I have more devices, but she has the same number of ribbons. That's because she has the marksman ribbon and the BMTMG, or the basic training honor graduate. But yeah, I tell people all the time, if there's a shotgun and a long rifle, most men will take the long rifle. Not me. I hand the long rifle to my wife. If there's a long rifle and a pistol, I'll take the pistol. Because I know in the shooting category in my household, I'm the bitch. Like, there's no, like, my wife is that Miranda Lambert fucking song. My wife comes from a real small fucking country town. She got the first buck of the season, of the kids' season. Like, I ain't even messing with her. Like, at all. Like, people are like, are you scared of your wife? Fuck yeah, I'm scared of my wife. She's 5'2", Hispanic, and she can shoot fucking marksman. Of course I'm scared of my wife. Like, why the fuck do you think I bought a house on a curve? Like, right? I don't want her having that long. I don't want to be driving to my house at the end of a fucking cul-de-sac, like a quarter of a mile straight shot. It's right around the corner into the driveway. You're gonna have to do this up close, where I have an advantage. But anyway, I'm gonna go eat some chili. I made my world famous chili. I am back tomorrow for Once Human, and then Monday, Wednesday next week for politics. Next Friday, I got to take my wife for surgery. So I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos